Good morning, Joshua. Good morning, everyone. The news from the toss is that St. Joseph's have won the toss and elected to bat first. Birul, the Peterite captain, said that the initial plan was to bowl indeed, so pretty much everything is going to plan for both teams.
Yes, the first hour or so will have a bit of movement for the bowlers. So the Peterites will have to get the maximum use of the movement that the ball would create in the first hour or so. But moving on, once the sun comes out, it'll turn out to be a batting wicket. What are your thoughts on that, Nidula?
From the Josephian side, I believe the batters have to settle in at the top to get through the initial few overs and get a solid foundation built. And I feel like if they can get that done, a solid first innings total is underway.
Yes, Nidula. Like you very correctly mentioned, a good first innings total is of utmost importance for the game to go towards the team batting first. So the Josephians will definitely look to play the game safe in the first hour or so. But moving on, as the game progresses, the wicket is bound to turn out to be a good batting wicket. So that's how the game progresses in my opinion.
In this 2-day encounter, I feel like the first day is the most important because it might define which team has the edge on the second day. And if it does go to a fourth innings, we might see a close battle.
Yes, like you said, close battle is all we want for this madness to set the tone. The mini battle encounter, of course, sets the tone for the Josephian Peterite encounter. It's an important game for all the players playing out there. It will give them the opportunity to showcase their talent and maybe get into the playing 11 of the big match squad. So it will be an important game for all the players. All eyes will be on them.
Exactly, Joshua. The mini battle is like the spark before the big match, which is the flame. So any player which makes a good mark today would definitely get added to that big match squad. That coveted experience of playing in the big match is important for any cricketer playing for St. Joseph's or St. Peter's. But today, as everyone settles in for the 36th edition, with the last year's encounter also ending in a draw, I believe the both of us are hoping for a result and everyone is hoping for a result. Isn't that right, Joshua?
Yes, meanwhile, last year's game was a featherbed actually. The Peterites had a good first innings total, batting first. And there onwards, the Josephians also batted really well. We have a slight delay to the game. But live action will be coming your way in just about 5 minutes time from now.
The first ball is actually due to be bowled at 10:15, so we are actually ahead of time. I think the Peterites are just getting the field set, preparing everything.
Yes, Manila, as we can see, the Josephians just warming up, freshen their legs. It will be a long day of batting for them if they settle in. And they'll have to settle in to put a good first innings total on the board.
And it's not easy in this heat. It's pretty much very demanding conditions. It takes the life out of you. Playing in the middle of the sun, playing in all whites. It's not as easy as it sounds.
Yes, Manila, a 2-day encounter is not easy at all. Playing under the scorching sun is definitely not at all easy. But the boys will have to keep their concentration high if they want to make their marks today. As we see, we are about to witness the first ball. Virul Amarapala, the captain of the Peterite outfit. A brilliant delivery, as I told you before, Minula. There is a bit of movement for the bowlers early on. Beating the batsman there.
I would keep my eye out for Rafael Hettige from the Peterites. He has taken a total of 32 wickets in the series for 11 matches in this season. And it might be an interesting encounter if he comes into play and chips in here and there.
Another brilliant delivery there by Virul Amarapala.
A lot of movement, the ball swinging outside, outwards from the batsman, and the batsman just swinging at it.
Yes, Minula. The Josephians will have to play the first over very carefully if they want to progress in today's game. Because the ball is definitely going to move around. And with the new ball having a bit of swing in it, it's definitely going to be a tough session to bat on. That ball there, well left by the Josephian player. That's what the Josephians will have to do. Play the good balls, respect the good balls, and play the good deliveries well. And
currently taking strike is number 7, Master Dihane De Silva. Right-handed batsman, a very solid batsman. We hope he gets settled in and maybe goes on to make a big score today.
yes, Minula, Dihane is an experienced campaigner. He's playing his second or third mini battle, as I remember, Minula. So his experience would definitely come in handy for the Josephians today. Brilliantly played there by Dihane, but well fielded by the fielder, Rafael Hettige.
Dihane just pounced on that ball, tossed up outside.
It was an overpitched delivery. The Peterites will have to get their line right early on if they want to get a few early wickets and put pressure on the batsman.
The mini battle isn't the greatest of memories for Dihane De Silva, as I believe last year he got out for a very cheap amount of runs.
Bismillah, he'll be looking to make his mark today. Once again, brilliantly bowled and brilliantly played by the Josephian Dihane.
With the ball wobbling around everywhere, I believe Dihane needs to keep his eye on the ball and eye on the line before going on for any rash shots, because as we all know, the openers set the tone for the whole match, and especially in the first innings itself.
Yes, Miller. Like you just said, the openers will have an important role to see out the new ball and help set the tone for the rest of the game. They'll have an important role to play today. That's brilliantly played. All the way for 6. Brilliantly played by Dihane. It was an overpitched delivery and Dihane pounced on that delivery.
Quite the contrast to last year's. We would expect him to not have confidence, but that shot is definitely a big shot of confidence from Dihane De Silva.
As you see, the end of the over, the Josephians are 6 runs for the loss of no wickets. As we see the new bowler, Aaron Moses, taking his mark from the other end. He'll have to support his captain and steady the bowling effort of the Peterites.
As of the 11th match, Aaron Moses has taken a total of 10 wickets. He'll be hoping to improve on that number today. With conditions which support fast bowlers in the beginning of play, I believe if Aaron Moses keeps his cool and bowls the correct line, as we see right now, that should have been a bit more towards the wicket.
Yes, he'll have to keep his line up and bowl it right outside the off stump and trouble the batsman.
Compared to Aaron, the captain Virul, who bowled earlier, seemed to get much more movement.
Yes, I noticed Virul Amrapala. He was on the money from the first ball itself. He kept his line. Unfortunately, there's a brilliant delivery there. Like I was saying, Virul Amrapala kept his composure. Playing as a captain is not easy at all. But he bowled a good first over. Although he was hit for a 6 in the last delivery, I would say he'd come back strong in the next over.
Being a bowling captain and being a fast bowler itself, it's quite a rare sight in today's modern game. And I feel like Virul Amrapala is breaking the norm, being a captain and opening the bowling itself. But it's important to keep the cool, as you said, Joshua.
As we see a slight field change there. Third man being removed and extra protection on the leg side. He's been moved to mid-wicket.
Pamoda, the current batsman, number 12, is yet to get off the mark. He'll be hoping to get on the runs today, along with Dehaen on the other end. Meanwhile, Aaron Moses, after that first ball, has been keeping a very tidy line here.
That's nicely played. The outfield seems to be quite fast, Minula. So, a lot of runs on the card for the side batting first. The fielders will have a really tough ask today, fielding in the outfield. They are fielding a bit back than usual. Then they should be standing. So that's quite a positive sign there to see. The Peterites using their experience and fielding from a bit outside the 30-yard circle. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery by Aaron Moses, swinging it in.
That for that outside off some line that Aaron Moses is bowling, rightfully so, a packed offside field with minimal protection on the leg side. So number 12, Master Pamoda, might look to capitalize on that. As we approach the end of the over, Pamoda is yet to get off the mark. Switches his end, coming round the wicket again.
Aaron Moses is definitely getting some swing into the batsman, into the left-handed batsman. So keeping his composure is definitely important at this moment. If he can generate that odd delivery that swings in a lot more than usual, he'll definitely be able to get that first wicket for the Peterites.
It might take the batsman by surprise, especially the left-hander. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 6 for no loss. As Dehaen takes his guard again, that 6 is the sixer he scored was his last delivery. He might want to capitalize on that momentum he built.
Yes, getting off the mark with a 6 is definitely going to boost his confidence, I would say.
as the captain Virul Amarapala approaches. And he has to reload.
The Peterites are quite loud out there. They want to get into the ears of the Josephians. So the support that the bowlers will be getting from the rest of the fielders is going to be important, Minula, I would say.
That's rightfully true, Master Joshua.
It's brilliantly bowled by Virul Amarapala. That ball swinging in than usual.
Movement is still there for Virul Amarapala. If he can get it in that right channel, who knows, Dihane might play at it unknowingly.
Yes, Dihane must not lose his momentum now, and he shouldn't play any rash shots now that he has built this confidence that he has gotten from the 6 that he scored in the last ball of the previous over.
At the same time, Virul Amarapala needs to keep his cool and not get distracted by that 6 with Dihane played. But at the same time, Virul has been keeping his cool, keeping a tight line, except for that 6. Dihane De Silva keeping his solidarity through the moving ball, which is always hard, as we all know.
That ball swinging outside the batsman Dihane. He played at it and it got the edge of the bat.
The ball didn't go where he intended to play it.
Yes, Miller. Now that's where the Peterites will have to bowl at and just try and generate that odd delivery that bounces off to get the edge of the batsman. There won't be many chances coming the fielder's way, but the odd chance must be taken if they want to. It's played on the leg side, running away to the boundary, and that is another 4. The first 4 actually for the Josephians. The score moves on to 10 runs.
Great timing by Dihane De Silva. Just a small push, which races away all the way to the boundary. Shows the quick outfield today. The Peterites are going to have the time of their life fielding.
Yes, Miller. They'll have to get early inroads if they want to put a bit of pressure on the Josephians.
Fielding will play a huge role. Those small chances, those half chances must be taken. Otherwise, the outfield will only support the batsman.
Yes, Miller, like you said, catchers win matches, so the fielding has to be excellent. Once again, played on the leg side towards mid-wicket.
This is smart batting by Dihane De Silva. Gets a boundary and switches ends for a quick single.
Yes, rotating the strike is going to be vital for the Josephians. We see Virul Amarapala taking his mark.
The left-hander, Pamoda, facing Virul Amarapala for the first time. He needs to contribute and be of support to Dihane De Silva, who seems to be in great touch today. Well defended again. And that is the end of the third over.
Bismillah, the end of the third over. The Josephians are 11 runs for the loss of no wickets. Aaron Moses taking his mark once again. It'll be interesting to see how Aaron is going to handle the new ball into the right-handed Dehane.
The pavilion and the end which Virul Amarapara bowl from seems to get much more movement compared to the swimming pool end.
Yes, Miller. What I noticed from the pitch report is that Virul Amarapala bowling from this end, there's a bit more grass on the side that Virul Amarapala is bowling on. So there'll be a bit more bounce for Virul Amarapala than Aaron Moses. That's a brilliant, and that's caught a brilliant catch there by Rafael Hettige. That is the first wicket for the Peterites. It was a brilliant shot by Dehane, but the fielding was top notch there.
The over-pitch ball, Dehane De Silva's eyes just glowed at that. And a rash shot taken by the fielder at cover. An early breakthrough for the Peterites, as we talked before, Joshua. They're getting on the money from the mark itself.
Yes, Miller. Like we spoke earlier, these catchers, these are the catchers that win matches. So this is what fielding has to look like on a pitch like this. They'll have to grab all the chances that come their way.
Batsman at number 3, Master Nimagunavarana. Master Nimtaka was the captain of last year's mini battle, the 35th encounter.
Bismillah, he'll have to use his experience coming into the 36th mini battle encounter. Now that the Josephians have lost an early wicket in the third over, the fourth over, I beg your pardon, Nimtaka will have to steady the innings now and take responsibility on his shoulders.
The initial wicket in the fourth over itself poses a big challenge for St. Joseph's College, as an opening stand which would have been crucial if they were to go get a win in this encounter. But it's still, they have 9 more wickets left. Let's hope they capitalize.
Once again, so 2 left-handers now at the crease. It'll be interesting to see what Aaron Moses is going to do and how the field is going to be spread out for Aaron Moses.
What I'm noticing,
yes, as I have noticed, the ball that comes into the batsman is definitely troubling the Josephians. So that's where Aaron Moses will have to keep up his mark. Once again,
a short
a
ball.
top edge there. That'll run away down to the boundary for 4. The batsman lucky there. A brilliantly aimed bouncer.
But the Josephians, they'll take this.
Yes, definitely, Minula. The Josephians will take whatever comes their way.
They're going at a very healthy run rate. And these easy runs would definitely help that cause. But Master Pamoda, number 12, currently batting. He must not get carried away there. That quick bouncer was not expected by him and he just went at it. Could have been a wicket, another ball.
That delivery a bit wavered.
Going down the leg side there, but a wide was not called.
I feel the Josephians should have pounced on that delivery. and put that down to the boundary.
The last few balls by Aaron Moses, he's been keeping it mixed up. You know, a bouncer now going down the leg side, and this time on towards six up maybe. And again, that could have been easy runs if the batsman had pounced on it. That is definitely too wide.
That's the end of the over. The fourth over done now. The Josephians are 16 for the loss of 1 wicket now. Aaron Moses, I would say, has to be a lot more consistent with his line and length. Bowling wicket to wicket and line and length will be key for him to generate a bit more swing and trouble the batsman a lot more, I would say.
The new batsman, Nimagunavarana, taking his guard. Another lefty, 2 lefties batting right now. As Master Wirulamara comes back for his third over. He is getting equal support from his counterpart, Master Aaron, as he also got the wicket.
That ball coming into the batsman. Virul is generating some pace, although the wicket seems to be assisting the batsman. He'll have to bowl his heart out for St. Peter's College if St. Peter's are to put a bit more pressure on the Josephian side. They have made that early inroad, like I mentioned earlier, Minula. So they'll have to pounce on this opportunity that has been created by Aaron Moses. It's a brilliant delivery there. The ball coming in.
Sliding down the leg side, I believe. But he's keeping it tight. Not allowing the new batsman Nimtaga to settle in. This is great bowling in this small session for the Peterites. Keeping it tight, wicket to wicket. The ball having a lot of swing movement. Both ways, actually. As we remind ourselves of Dihen De Silva's wicket. A completely unnecessary shot. Not even the best of balls.
Yes, Minula. He should have played it along the ground, I would say. Early on, a rash shot was not necessary for the Josephians. The shot definitely had the direction, I would say, but unlucky on Dehane's part as well. That was a brilliant catch. Credit has to go to Rafael. He caught it on his second attempt. So the catch was definitely what created that wicket there.
A bit of a lucky catch, but all credit goes to Rafael.
It's definitely Minula. Once again, brilliantly fielded by Rafael Hettige. He's saving a lot of runs there.
The key fielding position again for Rafael Hettige. He's taken a brilliant catch already, saving crucial runs. In this quick outfield, as we mentioned before, these saves might just play the difference at the end.
Throughout the season, I've noticed, Minla, Virul Amarapala has been that bowler that has bowled at a really good economy rate. So he creates those dot deliveries, and that's where the pressure builds, I would say. That's where the wickets tend to come in for the bowling side. So that's what Virul would be looking to do today as well. Create those dot deliveries, and that's where the Peterites will be looking to get their early wickets from. The dot deliveries would definitely put on the pressure for the Josephians.
Applying the pressure, keeping that tight line, Virul Amalapala. That's the end of the 5th over.
Yes, the end of the 5th over, the Josephians are 16 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Early on in this game, the Peterites have definitely put pressure on the Josephians batting, creating that early wicket also. So the dot balls will definitely put pressure on the batting side.
But I'd like to point out something. Yeah, Dihen De Silva, the intent he showed was important in putting that pressure back. It was making Aaron Moses change his lineup and not have a decisive mind on where to bowl, because Dihen was going for those big shots.
Yes, Miller. Dihen's intent was very clear. He wanted to make his mark today. Unfortunately, though, he got out to courtesy of a really good catch by Rafael.
The Josephians are in a rebuilding phase, as we say. The wicket has fallen. They need to make sure the next few overs are quietly looked after before they go back to score the runs. But that does not mean they should keep the scoreboard idle.
They won't mind the dot balls right now, Minula. They'll have to rebuild this innings right now. So that's what their focus would be on. It's played really well down the ground.
A half-hearted shot.
I would say the Josephians are playing it quite safe now that they have lost that early wicket. They understand the importance of putting a big score on the board to get that first innings win. So playing it safe would be ideal right now.
As you say that was not the case of playing it safe. That was going after the wide delivery and failing miserably.
Yes, Minla. A very unlikely shot by the Josephians. He tried to pounce on that wide delivery. He was really lucky there to not get the edge. Once again, moving outside. That was a really close delivery, almost getting the edge of the batsman. The Josephians leaving dangerously here.
Indecisive batting. That's what this is called. He cannot make a play.
Yes, he was definitely in two minds there, whether to play or to leave the ball there.
Pamoda has to take charge here. He's been here for a considerable amount of time.
An appeal there, and the finger goes up. Another wicket for Aaron Moses. A wayward delivery down the leg side, but nevertheless getting the edge of the batsman. The second wicket down for the Josephians now. The Peterites have well and truly put the pressure on the Josephians starting off.
A small tip down the leg side. Quite the unnecessary wicket from Pramoda. The rebuilding phase has turned into agony for the Josephians. They are in a critical stage right now with 2 wickets down for not even 20 runs. Virtually 2 new batsmen at the crease. With the ball moving here and there, it's not looking great for the Josephians at the moment.
Pramoda taking the long walk down there to his dressing room. Been dismissed for 6 runs.
In steps the Josephian skipper, Yenula Tantanarayana, I beg your pardon.
Yes, the captain stepping in now for his team. He'll have to take responsibility on his shoulder now. This phase that we are in right now is going to be very important for the Josephians and for the Peterites to get a hold of the game. Progressing. A good over coming to an end. St. Joseph's College have lost 2 wickets for 16 runs now.
2 new batsmen. These are the wickets so far. The first wicket down was Dihen De Silva. And the second was his counterpart, the other opener, Pramoda. Both out in very soft fashion. Dihen especially was unlucky to get dismissed in that manner.
Pramoda's wicket, I would say, was a lucky one for the Peterites. It was a delivery that could have been put to the boundary, but nevertheless, a wicket is a wicket, Miller.
I agree. Both wickets by Aaron Moses. Let's see if Virula also chips in.
It's well played there by Nimtaka.
The captain has a lot of weight on his shoulders right now. With the score being subpar of 20, the captain has to make sure that at least for a few more runs he stays there and makes sure the rebuilding phase is completed. Another wicket here would mean gold for St. Peter's, as they would directly enter the middle order.
Yes, Milula. Another wicket now would mean curtains for the Josephians. They'll have to really work hard now to put pressure back on the Peterites. It's well played there by Nimtaka. Another dot delivery by Virul Amarapala. Like we mentioned earlier, Virul Amarapala is known for creating those dot deliveries. So definitely Virul will be playing the anchor role for the Peterites. And creating those dot deliveries would mean great support for the rest of the bowlers. because the dot deliveries would definitely build pressure.
To all the viewers at home, let me just say this heat is pounding down right now. So playing in the middle, where it's not even midday, and in this heat is quite the battle.
Yes, definitely, Miller. We can feel the heat at the commentators' den here. So definitely the players out there would be feeling the heat. They'll have to stay hydrated and focused in order to progress in this game. It's well played, getting the edge of the batsman. Well bowled delivery by Virul. The batsman watching it till the end and playing it with soft hands.
Apart from that early LBW shout, Nimtaka has been keeping his cool. A lot of solidarity shown by Nimtaka. And that is very important in this case because both are relatively new batsmen. The pressure exerted by Virul Amalapala has been very crucial in Aaron Moses getting those 2 wickets. So as Joshua said before, he has been a big part so far. And I believe that's the end of the 6th over.
Yes, end of the 7th over. The Josephians now 17 for the loss of 2 wickets. Let's head over for a small commercial break.
Hurry! Injection එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තමම ගැහුවට නෑ. සොරි. උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය. චර්පි චිප්ස්. රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස. මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමු.
Aaron Moses returns for another over. With 2 wickets in his bag, he'll be eyeing the 3rd wicket. As we mentioned before, the 3rd wicket would be curtains for the Josephians. And Aaron Moses he's hitting those good lengths and good lines. The scoreboard has been ticking very slowly. The 2 batsmen need to capitalize on those quick singles and doubles and not let the boundaries dry up.
That's a wayward delivery outside the off stump. Aaron Moses has to get his line right and keep the ball consistent in one line. That's how he'll generate a few more wickets. He's got the 2 early wickets. The breakthrough has been made by Aaron Moses. He'll have to stay consistent and stay patient to make a few more inroads into this game.
Aaron Moses actually in this short stint of 4 overs, his line hasn't been the greatest, but in the opposite side of things, he has taken 2 wickets. So if he can get that line a little bit more straight and wicket to wicket, he might just get the edge as he's done a few more times.
So I feel Virul Amarapala has also played a very important role creating those dot deliveries. He's definitely played an important role supporting Aaron Moses.
In 2 or 3 more overs, we can expect a bowling change. Let's see if these 2 bowlers can get another breakthrough before they are changed. Aaron Moses is right on the money. But Nimtaka is defending the ball, keeping his eyes on the ball at all times, playing it safe. And that is the way forward for at least the next 3 to 4 overs.
This time down the leg side. The Josephians learning from the mistake that they made earlier, leaving the ball outside leg stump. They won't mind playing a bit positive also. They'll have to make a few runs as well to put the pressure back on the Peterites. For now, the game is in the Peterites' hands. It's a brilliantly played shot there. Down the ground and goes for 4.
The ball over pitch. Nimtaka easily glides it away square. And that's an important boundary for the Josephians.
It's a textbook cover drive there by Nimtaka. We see the over coming to an end.
The first 8 overs have been clearly dominated by the Peterites. 2 wickets, barely 20 runs by the Josephians. They will look to up the ante as they go forward, the Josephians. It's very important to not let the wickets column increase, but the runs column barely increase, as they say. But with that boundary that Nimtaka scored, we might see a change in intent.
We see an interesting battle now. The Peterite captain bowling to the Josephian captain Yenula. Yenula taking his guard. It's well played there. The ball running away. Cut off by the fielder at fine leg. If I'm not mistaken, those are tired legs there at fine leg. Aaron Moses cutting off that boundary. He's done well there. There's not a lot of grass down at the fine leg area, so he's done well to cut off that boundary. Josephians easily making 2 runs there. The previous delivery.
In the current cricketing season, Yenula, the skipper, he hasn't really had the best of seasons as a cricketer would say. A measly average.
It's a full toss there. Fielder there to cut off that boundary.
But this match, the stage is set for Yenula. He is the skipper. He can make a mark and prove everyone wrong. And even the stats sheet wrong.
Yes, Minula, this is the perfect opportunity for the Josephian skipper. He'll definitely want to make his mark here. That is a brilliant delivery there. Close call.
Virula gets through the defenses of the opposing skipper. A really close call. The third wicket is really not the thing the Josephians require at this.
Every day isn't just any day for us.
Luck playing a part for Yenula. But he needs to take this opportunity. Actually being given a second chance, and he needs to pile on the runs.
Slightly over-pitched delivery by Virul. Left away by the captain Yenula.
As the overs have progressed, we can definitely see a decrease in movement. But that is obviously evident in every game. But what should be commended is Virul Amalapala stepping up as the captain, keeping his cool, the perfect line and length.
There have been an odd full toss here and there, but all in all, Virul has kept his composure to generate those dot balls. So once again, brilliantly bowled by Virul. As the game progresses, Minula, in my opinion, I feel spinners won't get much assistance from the pitch. Seems to be a batting wicket as the day progresses and the sun comes down on the wicket. So they'll have to generate those dot balls in order to make those breakthroughs.
Exactly, Joshua. The pitch is a grassy one today. Evidently, the spinners won't get that much from the pitch, so they'll have
An
to
over-pitch delivery.
The spinners would have to play a role of keeping it tight.
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones, your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking.
Aaron Moses returns for his 5th over. Tired legs for the opening bowlers at this point in time. They've both bowled a total of 10 overs and taken 2 wickets in the process.
Yes, they've done a fairly good job, I would say. They've put the pressure on the Josephians. And now what has to be done from the Peterite's end is to keep bowling those dot balls.
This is good from Aaron Moses. Switching it up. He got a top edge earlier.
Yes, the bouncer will definitely surprise the batsman.
The captain, Yenula.
That ball there gets the edge of the batsman. A bit of confusion from the Josephians there.
But nevertheless a quick single. This has to happen more consistently. The quick singles. Keeping the scoreboard ticking even though the dot balls are increasing on the other side.
They'll definitely look for those quick singles, but a run out is not what the Josephians want right now. So they'll have to be loud with their calls in the middle.
Drifts down the leg side. The last time Aaron Moses bowled such a delivery, he got the wicket of Pamoda.
It's definitely the Josephians have well and truly learned from their mistake, from the mistake that Pamoda made. They're playing it safe right now, and I think that is ideal at this situation. They won't mind the dot balls being generated by the Peterites, but they'll also look to put away those loose deliveries.
Nimthaka, in the previous over that Aaron Moses bowled, we saw that glorious cover drive. Those loose balls need to be put away, as you say, Joshua. Especially Nimthaka has been at the crease for around 4 overs right now. And we are evidently seeing a lot of solidarity from him.
That's a no ball there. The first no ball of the match.
An unnecessary extra.
The first extra also of the match, if I'm not mistaken, Minula. Aaron Moses will have to get his mark right there.
The Peterites should know not to increase the number that's inside the extras column, because too many extras mean easy free runs for the Josephians.
Yes, he'll definitely he's definitely missed a few steps there, thus resulting in a no ball.
Now Aaron Moses, he has been bowling from both sides of the wicket. That's a good thing, especially because he's changing things up. He's bowling those bouncers, the odd one which swings in. He's mixing things up, and that's why he has got those 2 wickets.
As we see a much needed water break now for the players in the middle.
I'll give the summary. 10 overs of play have concluded with 26 runs played by the Josephians, but that wickets column, the Peterites have gotten 2 excellent wickets. As a result of that, the runs column has not improved that much. As the norm goes, the Peterites, they are the bowling side. They will put on the hard yards in the beginning, and they have been reaping treasure.
Yes, the first the first 10 overs of the game have gone the Peterites' way. They've definitely done well in the start of this game to put pressure on the Josephians.
At the same time, this rings break could be a reminder and a change of mentality for the Josephians. They need to pick their heads up and start rebuilding.
Yes, Minul. And with that drinks break, we'll be having a swap in the commentary panel. I'll be handing it over now to Dhiren and Johan. Over to you guys.
All right. A very good morning to all of our viewers tuning in from the Joe Pete Media YouTube channel for the broadcasting of the 36th mini battle. I'm Geshan Johan and joining me is Dhiren. Good morning, Dhiren.
Good morning, Johan. A very interesting day of play ahead of us today. Like our previous panel mentioned earlier, we saw a very one-sided, I would say, initial 10 overs of the match with the Peterites restricting the Josephians to a minimal 26 runs, getting 2 wickets. What would you say, Johan, about the result that you saw in the first 10 overs of the day?
Yes, from the first 10 overs, we can clearly see that St. Peter's are dominating the Josephian side here. Being the visitors, we see that they've taken the advantage of the pitch, even though it is a batting pitch. We see that St. Peter's have taken that advantage.
Yes, Johan, very slight bit of green on the pitch today, but the Peterites, I would say, have taken optimal use of it, taking down 2 wickets in just the first 10 overs of today's match. A big round of applause, I would say, to the 2 paces for the Peterites. Virul Amarapala keeping it steady from his end, while Aaron Moses takes the wickets from his. Brilliant bowling partnership, I would say. Virul Amarapala continuing his spell. This will be his 6th over in a row. I would say for a fast bowler this is quite tiring, and we might see a bowling swap in the next over, given the fact that there is a slight decrease in the amount of movement that we've seen along the way.
And a beautiful shot down the ground by Nimagunavarana all the way to the boundary.
A full pitch delivery outside the off that was way too far off for the batsman. The batsman's eyes lit up and just punished that delivery down the offside. That's a brilliant shot by the Josephians, takes their score up to 30 runs. The Peterites should be looking to minimize those sort of problems from their end.
The skip on strike. And a beautiful lofted ball over the fielders for another 4.
One thing I've learned from the game of cricket, Johan, is never celebrate too early. The Josephians seem to be just racing away with the runs in this over. Virul Amarapala going away for 8 runs in just this one over, as opposed to the 26 runs that the Josephians scored in the first 10 overs of the match. This is quite an increase in the strike rate for the day for the Josephians. Looking positive on their end.
I think the Josephians really needed that water break. They seem to be coming back to the track.
Is it just me, Johan, or do I see a huge decrease in the speed, in the pace of the bowlers moving into the 11th over of the day? I would say that this is because they're tired, or maybe Virul is trying to take the pace off the delivery, trying to get the batsman to make a mistake from his end. But either way, I do see quite a lot of change of pace in the bowler's end.
Yes, I mean, bowling 6 overs is not easy at all. It could be that they are tired or they are trying a new strategy here to confuse the batsman, I'd say.
Another short pitch wide delivery down the leg side. Virul Amarapala not quite finding his line and length in this specific over of the day, the 11th over. He's lucky that the batsman did not pounce on that delivery, because that would have been racing away to the boundary at square leg. The skipper seems to have found his eye in this over. After the 11th over of the match today, the Josephians have capitalized on this 11th over and moved up to 34 for just the loss of 2 wickets.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
Peterite's quite confident in their bowler to keep things on the off on this occasion. And that he does. But I would say that's quite far off. And the batsman luckily not pouncing on that specific delivery. That's a very dangerous delivery to be bowling to 2 batsmen who have quite found their eye in this late into the game.
Yes, the batsman Nimagunavarana seems to be settling in to the pitch, and
was that some movement I saw of the pitch there, Johan?
yes,
So movement into the batsman, getting the inside edge.
if you are the Josephian skipper, what would your call be? You're 2 wickets down now for 34. What would you follow going on as we move into the 13th over after this?
As we said earlier, Johan, now it has turned into a batting wicket, so the advantage is clearly on the boys from the Dali Road side right now. So I would say for them to capitalize on their advantage in the wicket, the paced outfield as well. Wait out the good deliveries from these 2 bowlers who also seem to be finding their line and length, and make sure to pounce on the bad deliveries. That's pure cricket, I would say, Johan. As long as they make no mistakes, they can work their way back into today's game, definitely.
A wayward delivery by Aaron Moses.
I think the fatigue on the bowlers is quite telling in this 12th over of today's game. The scorching heat, 30 degrees Celsius. It's not easy to be playing under this weather in Sri Lanka, but we hope for a good game of cricket here today.
the fatigue of the bowlers, the Josephians must make sure that they take the advantage of this opportunity that has been presented to them. They need to punish any mistakes that are being made by the bowlers. A good ball by Aaron Moses.
Smashing the ball into the turf right there, trying to get some bounce on that occasion, trying to surprise the batsman. That's a good switch up for the bowler. But then again, the issue with those sort of deliveries is if you're just a bit far too short, it will be punished on the way to the leg side. Because there, like I said earlier, Johan, there's only one fielder on the leg side. So the Peterites would have to make sure there's only two fielders, pardon me, on the leg side. And the Peterites would have to make sure to keep it an offside over. Another bouncer there from Aaron Moses, called wide this time by the umpire. He's working for that third wicket here, Johan, looking for that top edge, hopefully carrying to the keeper. Speaking from a fast bowler's perspective, those deliveries do take quite a lot out of you.
Yes.
The final delivery of the over, Aaron Moses bowling that far down the off. Umpire luckily does not call that one a wide. Moving forward with the 13th over of the day, the Josephians 35 for the loss of 2 wickets.
We have a new bowler in, Dimalsa Jayawardena. Has taken 11 wickets throughout the season. Some very good stats from Dimalsa.
Yes,
And
pretty good economy on his end
yes,
as well. The Josephians will have to be pretty careful on this occasion.
the first spinning action for the 36th mini battle.
Quite a tall lad, isn't he, Johan? For an off spin, I would have thought that he would take on the pace
Yes.
of today's proceedings. Well left there by the batsman. Not seeing too much turn off the pitch right now.
Skipper Yanula being very careful with Dimalsa here. Not trying anything fancy.
Good strategy by the Josephians here, Johan, making sure that they get their eye in on this new bowler. Make sure that there's no unexpected magic that happens from today's pitch, I would say.
One thing that I've seen from the Peterite side is that their communication, their teamwork is very visible. Looking at them, supporting each other in any way they can. That's something prominent that I've seen throughout the day.
Indeed, Johan. When you look at most of the best teams, the legendary teams of the world, one thing that all of them, I would say, had in common is their ability to support one another in the amazing game of cricket that is. And we can see that on the end of the Peterites today as well. That's a good maiden over starting off.
From Nestle.
A quick single from the Josephians.
Aaron Moses continuing his spell here from for the Peterites. Interesting choice by the Peterites, deciding to switch up Virul Amarapala from this end, deciding to continue with Aaron Moses, the wicket taker for the Peterites. I think that was a strategic single there by the Josephians, making sure to take the left-hander off strike, giving the strike back to the captain of the Josephians. He seems to be quite strong on the offside, so he has to make sure to keep it at a straight line.
And another bouncer called a wide again by Aaron Moses. He's continuously trying to get that edge of the bat with the bouncer.
As we can see with the field setup as well, Johan, we see a man at deep fine leg as well as deep square leg. So the Peterite is definitely looking to bowl that bouncer to the batsman on the leg side, trying to look for that upper edge, which will carry to one of the men at the deep square leg or deep fine leg positions, looking for that catch early on in the game. Looking to get the captain out in this occasion. Down to the man at mid-off. Well fielded there. The Peterites still are showing quite a lot of energy in the middle, which is crucial at this stage of the game.
Yes.
Keeping the pressure on the batsman, definitely.
But one thing is that the skipper, Yanula, is keeping his composure, not falling for the tricks that Aaron might be playing on him, keeping it to the basics, not trying anything fancy. That's what's important right now, I must say.
Definitely, Johan is playing a very responsible game here out in the middle. Making, like I said earlier, he's making sure to get his eye in on this early stage, defending the good balls, but not failing to punish the bad. A true skipper's role being played here in the middle. A short pitch delivery there from the bowler moving down the offside.
Aaron is doing a good job in keeping the ball to the offside here, not letting Yanula get any opportunity to score.
As we can conclude from our field settings right now, Johan, we started off the day with 3 slips in place, but now we have only moved on to 1 slip at the second slip position. This shows that there's quite a lot of movement that has been taken off the ball at this stage in the game. And it's only 14 overs into the match, Johan, which is quite telling as to what the pitch has in store for us today. Josephian should look to capitalize on this pitch, the batting pitch that they have stumbled upon today, having the luck of winning the toss today, choosing to bat first. Good decision by the Josephians.
And a beautiful shot, but good fielding by the Peterites.
Bad delivery on the leg side there, could have been punished onto the leg side, but luckily does not catch the eye of the batsman too much and fielded down there at the man at deep square leg. So with that said, that concludes the 14th over of the match. The Josephians 35 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Team
Dimalsha, the off spinner for the Peterites, continuing his spell from the pavilion end. Starting off with the dot ball yet again. That's a brilliant shot by the Josephians as that races down to the boundary on the offside. That's a brilliant shot to a quite bad delivery by the Peterites there. The off spinner should make sure to capitalize on the dot balls, make sure to keep the pressure on the batsman rather than bowl those loose deliveries which go full pitch down the offside. Yet again, as we see, a brilliant shot there by the batsman.
A much needed boundary for the Josephians to ease off the pressure a bit.
That breaks Dimalsha's maiden spell so far, Johan. Another dot delivery. He seems to be maintaining that outside off line on this occasion. Well played there. No ball call there by the umpire. It's very rare in cricket, Johan, that you see an off spinner bowling a no ball. Like I said earlier, he's quite a tall lad, so his stride definitely tells a tale there as well. Another loose delivery, ball short outside the offside, but only races away for a single on that occasion. Down to the man at deep covers.
We witnessed the second no ball of the innings here by the Peterites.
I think this is the man that the Peterites want on strike at the moment. They want the off spinner to the left-hander combination here, Johan, which they seem to not find in the previous over with a good maiden over from Dimalsha, but only being bowled to the right-hander Yenula. So let's see how exactly the Peterites will capitalize on this occasion, bowling to the left-hander. Good delivery, skidding onto the batsman's bat. And that concludes the 16th over of today's 15th over, pardon me, of today's match. 42 runs, the Josephians, for the loss of 2 wickets. Hiruka Silva, the highest wicket taker for the Peterite, starting his spell off from the swimming pool end.
The Josephian skipper on strike. A good shot by Enula, but great fielding from the Peterites. I must say, the fielding from the Peterites have been brilliant throughout the day. They are not letting any loose runs here, keeping up to the pressure, building the pressure. That's something very crucial.
That races away to the boundary on that occasion. Good
We
batting
can-
there from the Josephians. And pardon what I said earlier, ladies and gentlemen, Hiruka Silva is actually the third highest wicket taker for the Peterites. A brilliant bowler nonetheless. However, another bad delivery bowled on the offside and punished away by the captain of the Josephians. The Peterites not seeming to be able to capitalize on this bowling change right here.
This is some brilliant batting from the Josephians. Finally getting back into the rhythm.
That puts 50 on the board for the Josephians. A brilliant knock here from the Josephians, as well, mainly the captain of the Josephians, and this amazing partnership that seems to be stemming from the middle here. 52 runs for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of the 15th, in the middle of the 16th over of the match. It's a great pickup from where the 2 openers left off, I would say, Johan.
This is exactly what the Josephians need right now.
A swing and a miss there. The Josephians should look to keep their confidence in check. Overconfidence is not the key right here, I would say, Johan. Cleans him up on that occasion. What a delivery by the bowler.
What an
A short
amazing
pitch.
delivery.
A short pitch delivery there, Johan, but the batsman, I think he anticipated the pace to come onto the bat a bit earlier and played a bit early at that, and just takes the stumps of the batsman. That's a brilliant breakthrough for the Peterites.
Hiruka yet again proving as to why he's one of the leading wicket takers of the Peterite team. Another upset for the Josephians as their third wicket falls.
That's a key wicket for the Peterites, Johan, the captain of the Josephians, departing from the middle. Much more was expected of him, I would say, from the Josephians' end. He seemed to be the man in form, seemed to be getting his eye in. That's a huge loss for the Josephians. The Peterites should look to capitalize on this new update.
The next man in for the Josephians, Kaven Patidanam. Cowen played 7 matches and he's got 147 runs to his name.
Hiruka Silva continuing his over from the swimming pool end. He'll have, I would say, a bit of a confidence boost after taking the wicket of the Josephian captain. He'll look to capitalize on this fortunate turn of events for the Peterites.
It really was a crucial wicket for the Peterites. There was a partnership building up between the two batsmen, and the Peterites managed to break that.
That concludes the 16th over of today's match. The Josephians 52, but for the loss of 3 wickets. Dimarsha, the bowler from the Peterites end, continuing his spell from the pavilion end. The off spinner, looking to get yet another breakthrough for the Peterites. Yet another no ball call there, Johan, by the umpire. This is very interesting. Like I mentioned earlier, it's very rare that you see a spinner get called for not one but two no balls in the span of 2 overs. It's a matter of practice, I would say.
Nimtaka needs to stay calm right now. Yes, there's a new batsman in. He needs to keep his composure. He needs to rebuild the score up again.
That's good batting from the Josephians. Getting their eye back into this game, making sure that they play at the good balls, respecting them, making sure not to have any rash decisions in the middle. Nimtaka taking responsibility.
And I mean, Nimtaka should take responsibility. He was the previous skipper for the 35th mini battle. He definitely has the experience.
That's great bowling by the Peterite off spinner. Keeping his lines tight, making sure that the batsman has no room for escape. This really puts pressure on the batsman, Johan.
Yes, definitely. A quick run by the Josephians here.
A quick delivery and a quick single by the Josephians, bringing an end to the 16th over of today's play. 54 runs the Josephians for the loss of 3 wickets. The Josephian Peterite Brotherhood, a brotherhood that has lasted for over a century. A very important match here today, creating a path for the big match as well as the 50-over encounter, which a lot of past Peterites and Josephians are very excited for. What do you predict for this time's conclusion for the big match, Johan?
Yes, now that we have 3 days for the big match. We can definitely expect a result this time. Looking at the seasons of both schools, I can say that both teams are very, very strong.
Definitely, Johan. It's going to be a very interesting game of cricket, and we really hope to see a result this time, which we haven't seen in quite a while.
We can expect a big attendance this time for the big match because everyone is hoping for a result.
Definitely.
How would you say these young players, when they enter a stadium surrounded by thousands and thousands of supporters, they are not used to an environment like that? How would you say these young players, they adjust to that competitive environment?
Speaking from experience, Johan, I can tell. Sorry for that interruption, ladies and gentlemen. A brilliant close call there by the Josephians, almost playing that onto his stumps. But yes, Johan, moving back to your question. The thing is, when you move into a stadium filled with people, it depends quite a lot on your perception, how you perform in front of a crowd of people cheering for and against you. However, the thing is, when you move on with a team of people you're familiar with and with a purpose, this only amplifies your purpose. It's definitely a huge confidence boost as well as an encourager for both teams, I would say. I mean, the thought of your family, your friends back in school, as well as multiple people that you've never met in your life cheering you on is definitely a huge encouragement. And I would say a lifelong dream for majority of the cricketers from both these schools. And
yes,
from
definitely.
all cricketers, from all schools, I would say, period. That's a good call there by the Peterite bowler. He saw the batsman coming down the pitch, looking for that lofted shot over the man at mid-on. But he decided to pitch that shot, bring that into him, and only let them get away with a single on that occasion. That concludes the 18th over, pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, for today's game of play. The Josephians 56 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. Nimal Virasinghe, the man for the Peterites, continuing his spell here from the pavilion end.
Kaven Patirana, the man on strike, the new batsman in for the Josephians.
A loose delivery there by Dimarsha, and that's punished for a 6 in the mid-wicket region. It's a brilliant shot by Kaven Patirana, just punishing that as that delivery should. A full toss is never a good delivery in this form of play.
And he got absolutely punished for that. The second six of the innings, followed by Dehane's sixer, the first few overs of the game.
I just know as a batsman, Johan, that your eyes just light up when you see the full toss delivery being thrown at you. All depends on how you react. Certain batsmen decide to just throw the bat at it. Sometimes they give out a catch. Sometimes miss the ball completely. But on this occasion, Kawen Pathirana capitalizes just as he should.
The new man, Kawen, seems to be settling in quite well, I must say.
A quicker delivery there by Dimalsha, looking to startle the batsman on that occasion. However, I do think that now, with that six, I would say, Johan, Kawen Pathirana would have gathered quite a lot of confidence. It's always the dream of a batsman to get a six that early on in the innings, especially at a mini battle. And on yet another no ball, Johan. This is very interesting from the Peterite's end.
The fourth no ball of the innings. The Peterite seems to be struggling here in terms of the no balls. And that's the end of the 18th over. St. Joseph's College 63 for the loss of 3 wickets.
A change in the Peterite bowling lineup. The highest wicket taker, the man in form for the Peterites, Rafael Hettige, taking the stage. Some off-spin action being brought into play against the left-hander. I would say for the Josephians, this will be a very crucial over to see how they play out this man in form. That's a great delivery by the bowler, just starting off. Good line and length there. Just the right amount of flight on that occasion as well. Another dot delivery for the Peterites.
And swept away by Nimtaka. Cleanly collected by the Peterite fielder. Kawen on strike. Nicely defended.
This is good batting by the Josephians as well. Getting their eye in. A big appeal by the Peterites.
A big appeal by the Peterites, but there is no response from the umpire.
From where we were sitting, ladies and gentlemen, we definitely thought that that was a wicket, but seems not. Seems to be off the pad. That's a great first over for Rafael Hettige. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the 20th over of today's match, and the Josephians Hiruka Silva continuing his spell from the pavilion end this time. Bit of switch up on the ends of the bowlers here. Moving into the 21st over of the match. The first 10 overs of today, Johan, had quite a bit of interesting play from the Peterites. It was going their way, 26 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. However, the Josephians having capitalized on the latter 10 overs of the day, moving the strike rate up and minimalizing their wicket loss as well, moving up to 64 runs for the loss of 3 wickets at the end of 20 overs. A brilliant innings that we saw a bit in partnership from the captain Yenula as well as with Nimtaka, the batsman who is still at the middle here. Seeing no bounce on that occasion. The batsman swings at it and it's running away to the boundary.
And
a big dive from the fielder there.
Great fielding by the Peterite fielder, stopping crucial runs here.
Brilliant fielding there from the Peterites. Like I was saying, Johan, the Josephians have seemed to take the upper hand on this latter 10 overs of the day, taking advantage of the drying up of the pitch.
Even though we saw the skipper departing, the Josephians are still on the march here. Good bowling here from Hiruka, keeping the pressure on the Josephians, not letting any loose balls. And a big mistake, and he's punished down the ground for a four by Nimtaka.
That's good batting from the Josephians. Like I said earlier, Johan, they should respect the good balls, but whenever the Peterites do make a mistake in their bowling lineup, they should be ready to punish it down the ground, as he has on that occasion. Nimtaka, the man in form at the moment for the Josephians. That's some brilliant batting from the Josephians, getting their eye in, getting some confidence on their side as well, punishing the delivery.
It's all about the waiting game, waiting patiently for that perfect ball, not trying anything fancy. The opportunity it's going to present to the
Definitely,
batsman.
John. And that concludes the 21st over for the Peterites. And with that said,
We will now be handing over the commentary to Minula and Gaurava. Over to you guys.
Thanks, guys. 72 for 3 at the end of 21 overs for St. Joseph's College. St. Peter's College have not let the Josephians run away. We can observe that there is another drinks break going in place.
හරි ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැව්වට සුරුසුරි උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones. Your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&.
And we are back with live action.
During the drinks break, we saw the Peterites regrouping. The bowler, it's a new bowling change. Yatindra Jayavira.
The left arm spinner comes into the attack.
With me is Gaurava, a young Peterite.
As we can see, Raphael will not be continuing from the swimming pool end. And Yatindra Jayavira
Nimagunavarana has faced an excess of 50 balls right now.
As we can see, Yatindra Jayawardene is bowling a really good line. I beg your pardon, Yatindra Jayavira is bowling a really good line right now.
The Josephians, they shouldn't let another bowler set in. So it is key for one of these two batters to take Jayavira on. A left-arm spinner against the right-hander, Kaven Pathirana. Kaven Pathirana is quite the veteran in Josephian first 11 cricket. He has played the last 3 years of first 11 cricket, beginning for the 50 overs 3 years ago. And Kaven Pathirana goes down the ground, and it's taken a magnificent catch.
What a catch by Salit Galage at mid-on, if I'm correct.
Lofted shot down the ground from Kaven Pathirana, only to be taken at long off. Brilliant catch. This is exhilarating from the Peterites. This is the energy you need.
Just after the drinks break, I think that's what the Peterites needed. Isn't that right, Minula?
Exactly. Kaven stepped out and lofted it down the ground, actually. A bit of an unnecessary dismissal, an unforced error.
You can see
Kaven trying to up the ante and take it to the bowler. But the bowler prevails. Wicket number 1 for Jayavira.
And Jayavira strikes in his first over.
As we have seen time and time again, a drinks break calls for a change in mindset and a change in the batsman's anticipation and focus. And another wicket falls. Kaven Pathirana goes very cheaply. Now, Gaurava, the Josephians have always had two relatively new batsmen at the crease, or at least one relatively new batsman, as we can see Guruge coming in now, and that has allowed them to not settle in properly.
Yes, Minula. And even Gunavardhana, even though he's been there for a long time, as you can see, his strike rate is really low. He's faced 49 balls and is on 14 runs so far.
That is a very good point. Gunavardhana must take up the responsibility, and he needs to start getting the runs.
And another point is that somebody has to support Gunavardhana so he can play freely as well.
That is quite true. With the other end going out cheaply, Gunavardhana is not able to capitalize on the runs and the freebies. And rightfully so, because Gunavardhana has to be the stable batsman at the crease.
And Guruge drives it nicely to mid-off and goes for a single of the last ball of the over. And 22 overs gone, and St. Joseph's College 75 for 4.
It was a productive over, a productive bowling change.
And it seems to be that Rafael Hettige will be bowling from the pavilion end now.
Now, Guruge, Rafael Hettige is the highest wicket taker for the Peterites this cricketing season.
Yes, Minul, he's been a key factor for the Peterite second 11, not just with the ball but also in the field. He's taken over 30 wickets, including 4 fifers and including one 10-wicket match haul against none other than Royal College.
As we recall, Rafael, I beg your pardon, he took the brilliant catch off at cover for Dehen De Silva, the first wicket for the Josephians.
Yes, Minu, that was quite a wonderful catch. As I said, he's an important part of the team, both with the ball as well as in the field.
That is what you call a champion player. Contributing in not just one dimension, but a team player. A player who is keeping the team glued together.
Rafael Hettige here. Oh, beats the batsman. Just beats the outside edge.
Rafael Hettige being a right arm off spinner bowling to the left armour. He's getting that edge of the ball going away from the batsman. And because he is bowling wicket to wicket, it is posing a lot of questions.
On the back foot, punches it to covers, I think. Yep, covers. And Rafael Hettige continues bowling in that good line. He's not making it easy for the Josephian batsmen as they're struggling to score runs off him so far.
Amisha Guruge is in fact an all-rounder.
Amisha.
And punches it through covers. The batsmen get, not 2 runs, a miscommunication there. Sticks to a single.
For a second, I thought that they will go for the second run.
Another wicket now. Half the team would be in the pavilion for the Josephians.
Yes, Minla. So this pair should build up a good partnership for the Josephians and stabilize their innings for the rest of the day.
Exactly. The first innings victory is crucial in this game. And the Josephians need to put up a commendable total in order to obtain that first innings victory. A bit of round arm from the bowler, Hettige.
That turned in, Rafael Hettige. And he continues to make it hard for the batsman.
This is good. He's mixing his lengths up. He's fighting the ball. And that is the end of the over. At the end of 22 overs, the Josephians are 76 for the fall of 4 wickets. 23 overs, I beg your pardon.
And Yatindra Jayavira continues from the swimming pool end. He got a breakthrough in his very first over. And he'll be looking to keep on the good work.
As Amisha Guruge takes guard for the 24th over. Jayavir on the back of a wicket as Kavin Pathirana fell, trying to hit a lofted shot over long off. He has his opportunity to take another wicket. The left arm off spinner drops it in short. The batsman tries to pounce it through the covers, but to no avail. A dot ball.
I think Jayavira was lucky there. The batsman missed out on an opportunity to score a boundary and release the pressure.
That is quite true. Dropped it in short. A short ball is a batsman's goal. And he keeps bowling short, but he gets the edge. Jayavira puts it outside off.
Now we can see that the batsmen are trying to attack Jayavira.
But is it worth the risk? The wicket has just fallen, and this is the bowler who just got the wicket.
It's a big risk taken by these two batsmen. Another good ball by Jayavira. Worked on to the leg side.
This
Dinesh
is good.
De Silva, the wicket keeper, runs and keeps it to a single.
This is good by Nimagunavarana. He's taking the scoreboard of a good spinner who just got a wicket.
Yes, Minula. In my opinion, that's what they should be doing. Without going for the big shot, just work in the singles.
And that has gone through the fielder's hands for 4. A good shot by Amisha Guruge.
A Wonderful shot there by Guruge. Goes on the back foot and punches it through covers.
Amisha is showing intent, and intent is what the Josephians need. Great batting.
Now we can see that they are trying to build up the innings, build up a good partnership.
I think the message is clear. Amisha Guruge is going after Jayavira. Could this be the support that Nimagunavarana has been wanting for a while? For him to also get the runs. And that is good fielding by the fielder. But it has gone through the hands. Another boundary for Amisha Guruge. 2 boundaries in 2 balls.
Now you can see that Amisha Guruge is attacking Yatindra Jayavira. For a second I thought that Dimal stopped that boundary, but unfortunately it went through.
You can't expect help from fielders when the ball was over pitched. A typical bad delivery and easily pounced on by Amisha Guruge. He is on the attack.
And good comeback there by Jayavira, bowling a good line and length. And that's the end of the 24th over. St. Joseph's College 86.
At the end of 24 overs, St. Joseph's are 86 for 4 on the back of 2 boundaries by Amisha Guruge.
And Rafael Hettige will continue from the pavilion end.
Amisha Guruge and Nimagunavarana. A partnership which looks promising, to say the least. With Guruge having a strike rate with an excess of 100. It's 2 batsmen which complement each other, with Gunavardhana holding one end and Guruge going at the other.
Yes, Minula.
As the Peterite champion bowler, Rafael Hettige begins his spell.
He tossed it up a bit there. The batsman failed to cash in.
Gaurav, I feel like they should see through Rafael Hettige because he is the wicket taker. And if you give him the chances, he might rip through. And as we say that is a slog sweep.
As you said it, Minula, it's whacked away over the mid-wicket boundary.
Last over was Guruge. This over is Gunavardhana.
And now both batsmen are complementing each other.
This attacking intent is really showing through the runs. You just love seeing intent from batsmen.
Yes, Minla, it's such a delight to see runs flowing.
Especially on a wicket that was not supporting the batsman at first. Seems to be.
And is there another boundary?
A 4
Yes.
after a 6.
6 and 4 by Gunavardhana. He threw between covers and mid-off. And so far, 10 runs from the over. It's looking to be an expensive over, Minula.
Now the key is, after a flurry of boundaries, you just get the single and keep the scoreboard ticking, but not to get carried away.
Yes, Minula, we have seen many batsmen perish after hitting a 6 or a 4. But Gunavardhana holds on. A good defense there, as well as a good comeback by Rafael Hettige, bowling a good ball.
Hettige going for runs is not a good sign for the Peterites because Hettige has been their strike-through bowler. And that's another big shot by Nimagunavarana down the ground.
Another shot over mid-off fielder Sasindu Silva. And it races around the ground for 4. And they just keep going. After Guruge came to the crease, it's been all but 6s and 4s, Minla.
Nimtaka also joining in the party. 3 4s in this over against Rafael Hettige. Quite the contrast for the Peterites. The bowler they thought would make the breakthroughs is going for runs actually.
Yes, for his first 2 overs, he's gone for just 1 run, but thereafter, he got whacked for a 6 and 2 fours. And another ball, a bit quick there by Rafael Hettige. Dot ball.
A slog sweep. A shot through covers and 1 down the ground.
And
The
at
3
the
fours by Nimagunavarana. And that's the end of the over. At the end of 25 overs, the Josephians are 98 for 4.
and the last wicket fell at 74 runs about 3.5 overs ago, and now St. Joseph's College are 98 runs. They managed to score 24 runs in just the lapse of 3.3 overs.
But even so, the Peterites are keeping the attack going.
See, I think
You
the
can
drive
still
run-
see the short leg fielder and the slip fielder remaining. So they are still going for the attack, the Peterites. Taking on the Josephians.
Another good ball there by Jayavira. He's keeping his line and length, and he just wants to keep the dot balls. He's not looking for wickets. He's not greedy. He's bowling those good lines and lengths.
I feel like Guruge is in two minds right now. He has to make a decision whether to go for it or to defend it. In the end, the indecision might end in a wicket. And he steps down the ground.
But
Just a single.
this time, mid-off is placed deep. Hence, he'll only get a single. So, as Minul, you were saying that Guruge is playing in two minds, so he should attack or defend. In my opinion, he's doing both at the moment.
He's trying to do both. And a brilliant shot, a lofted cover drive from Nimagunavarana. And that is the 100 up for the Josephians. 103 runs for the fall of 4 wickets.
Yes, Minul, now the Josephians are taking the attack to the Peterite bowlers.
Jayavira and Rafael Hettige both are going for runs. So the intent is evident. The Josephians are taking it for the spinners.
Yes, Minul, they are just trying to build up a good partnership and get the innings at a good. And another good ball by Yatindra Jayavira.
I think the Jayavira, after that fall of Kaven Pathirana, he has not been consistent with his lines. He has bowled it full, over pitched, all over the place, which has allowed the batsman to take control.
Exactly, Minul. And now you can see him bowling a really good ball, but he's just not consistent enough. And as we speak, it's the end of the 26th over. St. Joseph's College are 103 for 4.
That over was done before it even started. But a boundary every single over, that should be the mindset for the Josephians. Because
Yes.
they have the said Gunavardhana and a Guruge. The attacking Guruge.
Yes, Minula. Okay, and the captain of St. Peter's College, Birul Amarapala, comes back into the attack. So far he's bowled 6 overs and gone for 23 runs at an economy just under 4.
If you recall Amarapala's first spell, it was consistent lines and lengths all the way through the 6 overs, allowing his counterpart Aaron Moses to grab those 2 crucial wickets. And as he returns,
beaten, a little bit of swing there, hence Guruge got beaten. I think he missed out on that short delivery.
that should have been put away.
Yes, Miller, now I think Virul Amarpala just wants to change the attack a bit because, as you know, Hettige and Javira went for runs.
Yes.
After the fall of
A change of pace as a fast bowler comes back. And
the
that
wide delivery there by Virul Amarpala.
Virul Amarpala has been putting it wide.
First
He
2
is-
balls have not been so consistent, Minula.
He's failing to get a proper line and length. But this is great captaincy. As the Peterites were going for runs and the captain steps up and he's taking the duty.
Another wonderful ball there by Virul Amarpala.
Fox, the batsman, there. After 2 widest deliveries, Virul Amarpala tries to keep it close in that 5th stump line.
And now we can see a small chat between the 2 batsmen, Gunavardhan and Guruge. What do you think they're talking about, Minula?
I feel like they're trying to figure out where to go about things, because they attack the spinners, and attacking the fast bowler at this point in time might be a bit of a risky move. So they might choose to see him through.
Oh, and another good ball there by Virul Amarpala. Guruge defends it yet again.
After those streaky few balls at the beginning of the over, Virul Amarpala is getting his lines and lengths perfectly in place.
Yes, Minula, he has come back strong. A nice shot by Guruge.
Pitched up by Lahiru, I beg your pardon, Amarpala. This partnership has been 30 runs in 29 balls. So almost a run-a-ball partnership. This is a good change of momentum and intent by the batsman. But let's see how they adapt to the change of pace from spinners to fast bowlers.
Defended again by Guruge. And in my opinion, Guruge is a really good player. He attacks the loose balls, but when the ball is in a good line and length, he respects it and defends it. And was that an edge? That was an edge. And Virul Amarpala has brought the breakthrough for St. Peter's College.
Down the leg side for the second time in the match. This time Virul Amarpala gets a wicket for his consistent efforts. And Amisha Guruge
Falls at the last ball of the over, Minula. And as you were saying before, Virul Amarpala stepped up as the captain.
Exactly.
And he provides the breakthrough for St. Peter's College. And now half the St. Joseph's College team are in the dugout.
That was quite the unnecessary wicket.
And it was also a really good catch by Dinet De Silva.
That is quite true. The catch down the leg side for the wicket keeper. It's quite the stretch to take that catch, and he takes it quite efficiently. The Peterite fielding has been spotless. 2 great catches. Now another great catch. They are really putting on that pressure and assisting the bowlers in this great task of getting the most Josephians bowled out. A quick partnership falls. Another change of momentum. This is
And we are back. We are back, and Kavith Fernando is the batsman at the non-striker's end. Gunawardena this time stepped out to Jayavira and hits it straight back, but unfortunately it was a bit too straight. Now Jayavira.
Nimagunavarana pounces on that short ball, and that's another boundary. So Gunawardena, the settled batsman, is taking the attack for the St. Peter's College bowling lineup.
And looks like Gunawardena has completely changed his mind. He said it's like even though nobody's there for him, he's just continuing the rampage.
That is exactly what Gunawardena is doing. Ball seems to have entered a shed.
Yeah. Looks like there will be a slight delay.
Now let's reassess the situation, I beg your pardon. Half the Josephian side is in the dugout, as you said. But now Gunawardena is living a life of risks. But if he doesn't go through with this intent, I feel like the Josephians might get bowled out cheaply. It's a case of do or die for Gunawardena.
Yes, Minula. As you can see, Gunawardena is a set batsman. He's faced 63 balls. And he's holed in the end. Nimagunavarana, 35 runs of 63 balls. After Guruge came in, he's gotten his strike rate up a lot. And again, Gunawardena pushes through for a single. He's not letting the dot balls.
We can see that Jayavira has been brought back mainly because the bowling change of Virul Amalapala worked for the Peterites. The role that Virul Amalapala has played in this match is commendable as a leader. He has stepped up and he has done his role quite perfectly.
And another good ball from Jayavira.
Jayavira being a left arm spinner bowling to the right-handed Kavith Fernando. It's always a challenge for the batsman because the ball is turning away. And Jayavira has already taken the wicket of right-hander Kaven Pathirana. Keeping it tight, this is a great chance for Fernando to settle in while Gunavardhana goes at the other end.
Yes, Minula, and in my opinion, Fernando should rotate the single and give the most of the strike to Gunavardhana because he's the set batsman now. Nice drive there by Fernando.
End of the over.
And
At the end of 28 overs, the score is 109 for the fall of 5 wickets.
And Amarapala will continue from the pavilion end. Let's see if he can provide another breakthrough for St. Peter's College.
Nimtaka Gunavardhana. He's approaching a well-fought half-century. And if he keeps going like he's doing right now, it could be the big score that the Josephians need. Because he has played a great anchor role. And now he's trying to accelerate.
Yes, Minula, at first he was playing like an anchor, like you said, and now he's taking it on because he's the set batsman and he's taking the responsibility. No ball called by the umpire. Amarapala steps out.
From the field set, it looks like Amarapala is continuing with his initial plans. A bowling outside off, keeping his line tight for the left-hander. Nimtaka Gunavardhana would prefer to see him through and attack the spinner.
Well played there by Gunavardhana. Amarapala now getting his line. Another good ball there, Virul Amarapala. He's on the money yet again.
Nimtaka is defending Virul Amarapala quite efficiently. He's not willing to take any unnecessary risks. This is good presence and awareness by Gunavardhana.
Yes, Minula, it seems like he's trying to target the spinners.
And that seems to be the way forward.
Yet another good ball there from Virul. And it's well defended by Gunavardhana.
It's a change of strategy for Virul Amarapala because at the initial 10 overs he had the support of the swing and the movement of the pitch, but now he has to rely on good lines and lengths. And he has done that. He has gotten the wicket. A crucial wicket at that stage. The batsman almost take a single, but they deny it.
The field was quick on that occasion.
The Peterites have spread out the leg side field, which could mean that there might be a short ball coming in soon from Virul Amarapala to take the batsman from surprise. You can see deep fine leg in place. As said, he drops it short, and that's a quick boundary for Nimtaka.
He hits it between backward point and point. And he's just 10 runs away from a half century here.
Gunavardhana enters the 40s. It's actually brilliant batting from Nimtaka Gunavardhana. Hitting the loose balls, putting them away, rightfully so, and defending the good ones. The batter with sense. As Lairu Amarapala comes for his final delivery. An easy single taken, and Nimtaka retains the strike.
And at the end of the 29th over, St. Joseph's College are 115 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. And Jayavira will continue from the swimming pool end here. He bowled a good first and second over, but thereafter Gunavardhana whacked him for 4s and 6s.
Now, Gaurav, I've been going through Kavith Fernando's record over the last few matches he's played. He has a measly average of around 16, but the interesting thing is he has a score of 82 not out. So when the time comes, he's a batsman who can step up. And we should hope that he steps up today.
Yes, Minula. Because I think that's what the Josephians need right now. Somebody to help Gunavardhana. And Sasindu Silva, a new bowler, will continue from the swimming pool end.
The Peterites persisting with spin. And a leg spinner. An interesting action.
Gunavardhana was bamboozled there. Silva. Another good ball by Sasindu Silva. He's bowled 2 balls so far and both of them were on a good line and length. And Gunavardhana hits the paddle sweep and it races away for 4 to the fine leg boundary. And he's only 5 runs away from a 50.
I wish we could see the difference in strike rate for Nimtaka Gunavardhana, because he has just pressed the accelerator, closing in on a well-made 50 and at a healthy strike rate of 60.
Yes, Minula, and yet again the Peterite bowlers are inconsistent. Sasindu Silva bowled 2 good balls, but the 4th one was outside the line of the leg stump.
But this is what you expect from a leg spinner. Even though he might be expensive, he will get you the breakthrough.
Yes, Minula, and as we speak, another good ball there by Sasindu Silva. And another good ball by Silva. And at the end of the 30th over, St. Joseph's College are 119 runs for the loss of 5 wickets.
And the umpires take the bails off, and that is lunch. At the end of 30 overs, the Josephians are 119 for the loss of half their side. The Peterites would be happy with their effort. They are put in the hard yards, especially led by Lahiru Amalapala, Aaron Moses. Their good contributions in the wickets column. But Nimagunavarana is the single outlier for the Josephians, closing in on a well-made half century and keeping the Josephian lineup stable.
And as you can see,
we can see the Josephian batting card here right now. Masudi De Silva gone for 11 runs, showed a lot of intent but could not capitalize, got out cheaply. Gunavardhana 45 runs, Yenula, the captain, 26 runs, chipping in but could not go on for a big score. And again we saw a good intent from Amisha Guruge, who got 12 runs. The rest are single-digit contributions. At the end of 30 overs, I don't think the Josephians will be happy with this score. 119 for 5.
yes, Minula, I think they would have wanted to save a bit more wickets, in my opinion. And so they can be free a bit in the second half.
That's quite true. The runs column is okay, but the wickets column is not looking great.
Exactly, Minula.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, that's it from us. We'll see you after lunch. Thank you very much.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
From Nestle.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැව්වට සොරි. උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස. මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones. Your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
සපත්තු වෙන මැකි පපරේ බ්ලාස්ට්
from Nestle.
හරි ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැව්වට සුරි උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones. Your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile. And we find a new way to share happiness with you every day. Because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Haymas Hospitals. Haymas Hospitals, by your side.
papare blast.
Flavor blast, Maggie papare blast. Blast, Maggie papare blast.
Flavor blast, Maggie papare blast.
Blast, Maggie papare blast.
Rasa pattu ena Maggie papare blast.
From Nestle.
Hari.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තමම ගැහුවත් නෑ. සොරි. උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස. මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones, your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
වෙන්න රස කන්න blast
හොයන අයට Maggi papare blast
blast Maggi papare blast
flavor blast Maggi papare blast blast Maggi papare blast
flavor blast Maggi papare blast
blast Maggi papare
රස පත්තු වෙන Maggi papare blast
from Nestle.
හරි ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැව්වට සොරි උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones, your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
Second blast.
Hoin item Maggie Papare Blast.
Blast. Maggie Papare Blast.
Flavor Blast Maggie Papare Blast. Blast Maggie Papare Blast.
Flavor Blast. Maggie Papare Blast.
Blast Maggie Papare
රස පත්තු වෙන Maggie Papare Blast.
from Nestle.
හරි ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැව්වට නෑ සොරි උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැහැ චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones. Your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile. And we find a new way to share happiness with you every day. Because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
Papare Blast.
Flavor blast, Maggie Papare blast. Blast, Maggie Papare blast.
Flavor Blast, Maggie Papare Blast.
Blast, Maggie Papare.
රස පත්තු වෙන Maggie Papare Blast.
From Nestle.
හරි.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැව්වට සොරි. උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones, your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
Sakana blast.
Hoina item Maggie Papare Blast.
Blast. Maggie Papare blast.
Flavor Blast Maggie Papare Blast. Blast Maggie Papare Blast.
Flavor blast. Maggie Papare blast.
Blast Maggie Papare
Rasa patu ena Maggie Papare blast.
from Nestle.
හරි ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැව්වට සරි උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones. Your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day. Because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
A very good afternoon, everyone. We are back live here at St. Joseph's College for the 36th mini battle encounter. I'm joined here by Dhiren. Good afternoon, Dhiren.
Good afternoon, Joshua. Good game of cricket so far by both sides. Looking forward to a good second session today.
Yes, definitely, Dhiren. As we see Virul Amarapala taking charge.
Virul Amarapala, the captain for the Peterite, continuing his spell from the pavilion end. A lot of responsibility, a lot of trust entrusted in the captain here today for his bowling spell against the Josephians.
Yes, he has done a fairly good job for the Peterites. He's kept it in control. Once again, a brilliant delivery coming into the batsman.
Some brilliant bowling statistics for the captain Virul Amarapala here. Just 30 runs off his 8.2 over spell, picking up a wicket along with that as well, with an economy of just 3.6 runs per over. This is exactly what the Peterites expect from their opening fast bowler, and he has delivered for the Peterites. Definitely a big spearhead against the Josephians, and a person who they should be cautious of moving forward with today's spell.
That's played on the onside. Well fielded there by Aaron Moses.
The Peterites still showing some energy in the outfield straight. I guess the lunch gave them a little bit of energy there, Joshua.
Yes, definitely. Some much needed energy for the Peterites and the Josephians. As the game progresses, Dhiren, how do you think the game will span out to be?
Right now, Joshua, I do believe that the pitch has dried up quite a bit and it has turned into a batting outfield. So the Josephians, if they do manage to capitalize on this advantage, I think we could see a very one-sided game here today, Joshua.
Yes, definitely. The Peterites, although managing to put on the pressure with the 5 wickets that they've got, I think that will give them a lot of confidence, although this is a batting wicket.
Like I said in the morning, Joshua, the game of cricket is a game where you can never celebrate too early. Right now, even though the Peterites seem to be on top in terms of the scoreboard, 121 for the loss of 5 wickets, we can never say what the Josephian batting lineup has in store for us here today.
Correctly said, Dhiren. That's a well-directed bouncer there. Taking the batsman, he was not so surprised with it. He left it along easily.
Like I said earlier, Joshua, the pitch has dried up quite a bit, so that takes quite a lot of pace off the ball, which does mean that it also takes away that stun effect from the short pace delivery for the bouncer. And Virul will have to, if he is to bowl such deliveries, he'll have to put much more effort to try generate a bit more pace off this pitch, I would say, Joshua.
That was a wide delivery there. The umpire signals 1 for the over. Virul is definitely with tired legs. He's been bowling consistently for 9 overs now. He's been bowling really well. We spoke about his economy rate in the morning as well. His average economy was around 3.7 an over, and he has lived up to his expectations. And he's done a really good job as the captain of the team.
Oh, and plus Joshua was very well supported by the other opening fast bowler, Aaron Moses, who picked up 2 wickets in this innings as well. Brilliant spell from his end as well. But I actually do look forward to seeing yet another spell later on in this game from him. That concludes the 31st over of the day, the first over after our lunch break. And the Josephians stand at 121 runs for the loss of 5 wickets.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Haymas Hospitals. Hema's Hospitals, by your side.
Spinner Rafael Hettige coming from the other end. Rafael will play a major role, Dhiren, in my opinion. He generates a spin with his loop, the natural loop that he has. So those odd rough pitchers will definitely play a role with Rafael bowling from the other end.
Definitely, Joshua. Battle as old as time. The right arm off spinner to the left hand batsman. Definitely a telling over, I would say, for the Peterites as well as for the Josephians. Is it just me, Joshua? Do I see the bowler getting quite a lot of bounce off the pitch?
Yes, the previous delivery, we saw a bit of bounce, which is definitely going to help the spinners as the game progresses.
Slightly loose delivery on the offside. The batsman, however, on that occasion was unfortunate to capitalize on the short delivery. Much better from the Peterite bowler. Much better line and length, I would say there.
Yes, that was a lovely loop there by Rafael. He's bowling really well here.
The Peterite bowler should look forward to keeping that consistency in the bowling as well.
That's swept away there.
The batsman crossover for a single on that occasion. Well played there by the Josephian batsman. And that concludes the 32nd over of the day. The Josephians 123 for the loss of 5 wickets. A very interesting figure on the scoreboard here, ladies and gentlemen. I believe it was Sunil Gavaskar who first said it at the Indian tour of Sri Lanka. The score being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very rare in the game of cricket.
Yes, Dhiren. Very rare.
Doesn't happen quite often, especially in the mini battle games or the big matches.
It's a special feeling to see such things happening in school cricket as well.
Quick single for the batsman and they cross over quite easily there. Oh, and that's a bye run for the batsman. It's poor fielding from the end of the Peterites. They should look to minimize any form of mistakes that they could make on the field because every run is crucial in this game.
So I would say that was quite unnecessary there. It was a quick single taken.
Nimagunavarana, batsman on strike, is on 49 runs. A brilliant innings from him.
It's a brilliant delivery there by Virul Amarapala. Swinging away from the batsman. Gunawardhan will be playing carefully now that he's on 49.
He has spearheaded the batting lineup for the Josephians today. Yeah, the 36th mini battle encounter between the Josephians and the Peterites. A brilliant innings. We had a good partnership earlier on today with the captain, Yanula. And he has stayed at the crease and managed to play a responsible knock for the Josephians. A very telling innings indeed.
It's beautifully played there. Like you said, Dhiren, Gunawardena has definitely been the mainstay for the Josephians. He has definitely anchored the innings for the Josephians.
Definitely, Joshua, as we saw in the first 10 overs of the game, the Josephians were far behind with just 26 runs for 2 wickets of the first 10 overs. However, Nimtaka along with Yanula managed to put on a great partnership and put on 64 runs for the loss of 3 wickets at the end of 20 overs. And now we stand at 125 runs. And that brings up his half century. What an innings by the man at the middle. Nimtaka Gunawardena.
Very well played indeed. A well-deserved half century there for Nimtaka Gunawardena. He has steadied the innings for the Josephians, and slowly but steadily the Josephians are now building their innings.
Exciting events happening here, ladies and gentlemen, at the 36th mini-battle encounter between the Josephians and Peterites. This brings up the first half century of the match. This gives evidence to the fact that we have a very interesting game ahead of ourselves today as well as tomorrow.
Credit has to go, Dhiren, to the boys out there. They're giving it their all. It's scorching out there. It is not easy playing in the sun.
Definitely not, Joshua. Just stepping out for lunch, I just managed to understand how scorching the heat is over here in Colombo, 30 to 31 degrees Celsius. Not easy to be playing a 2-day game of cricket in the middle.
Yes, Dhiren, a 2-day game is not easy at all. So credit goes to both the schools, St. Peter's College and St. Joseph's College.
Well left by the batsman there. That concludes the 33rd over of today's match. St. Joseph's College, 125 runs for the loss of 5 wickets.
As we see Rafael Hettige taking charge from the other end.
Rafael Hettige as well, the leading wicket taker for the Peterites, with a good economy today as well, with the only 15 runs going off his 4 overs at an economy of 3.5 runs per over. Brilliant spell from him so far. The Peterites will be looking to capitalize on his.
That's swept away for 4. Brilliantly played there.
A bit of commentator's curse there, I would say, Joshua.
Commentator's curse coming into play, Dhiren, as you said. What Rafael has to do now is to build those dot deliveries. Put the pressure on the batsman. Nimtaka is already riding on a lot of confidence after he has reached his half century. So putting pressure on the batsman would be ideal at this moment for the Peterites.
That falls just short of the man at mid-on.
Salid Galage took a brilliant catch early on.
The Peterites have been good in the field today, Joshua, except for a few occasions in the previous 10 overs where there were few boundaries conceded. However, they have been pretty active, and that does put quite a lot of pressure on the batsman.
Once again, well driven down the ground, and a misfield there. Goes all the way for 4.
The Peterite fielder down at long off. That was a brilliantly placed shot, I would say, Joshua. However, that could have been stopped by the man at long off.
Yes, it could have been stopped. The boys in the middle, the Peterites, will have to concentrate now. It is quite hot out there. So there would be occasions where the concentration laps would come into play. So they'll have to keep themselves hydrated and keep concentrating in order to put pressure on the Josephians. As we see, once again, a brilliant shot by Nimagunavarana, if I'm not mistaken.
He's in form here, isn't he, Joshua? That's a brilliant, confident shot. Just leaning into it and slugging it right into St. Joseph's College. That's an amazing shot by the Josephian batsman. So flighted delivery on that occasion, played down to the man at long off. The batsman crossed over for a single there. And that concludes the 34th over of the day. The Josephians 141 for the loss of 5 wickets. Yet again, Joshua, I would like to appreciate the brilliant innings being put on by Nimagunavarana. At a state of the game where there was quite a lot of pressure on the Josephian batting lineup, he came in with the captain and he put on a brilliant partnership. And I would say the signs of a really good batsman are their ability to convert a 50 into an 100. And I think that's what the Josephian team would be encouraging Nimtaka to do on this occasion as well.
Yes, he'll definitely want to convert this 50 into 100. As we see Virul Amarapala, the captain, coming into bowl. That's left away there.
Virul Amarapala bowling his 11th over here. Brilliant spell from the Peterite captain. Be looking to get the wicket of the man in form.
It's well bowled there.
The Peterite should look to capitalize on those sort of dot deliveries. Just make sure to maintain that good line and length.
With the pitch not assisting the bowlers, Dhiren, what would be the next move of the Peterites if you were in place of Virul Amarapala as captain?
I think so far the Peterites have had quite a good strategy utilizing the spin bowling attack as well. And interrupting my answer there, that races off to the boundary in the long off region. That's a brilliant shot by the man in form. But like I said, Joshua, you said that, like we said, there's no assistance off the pitch. There's zero to no movement for the fast bowlers. And plus, the dried up pitch version also has taken quite a lot of pace off the ball. So I think if the Peterites could move forward with a good spin bowling attack, because right now at the crease there is a right-hand, left-hand batsman combination. If they could utilize the off spinner for the left-hander as well as the leg spinner for the right-hander. I think I got that mixed up. I'm sorry about that. But if they could put the batsman on pressure with the spinners, I think they should be able to have a breakthrough in the wickets.
Yes, like you mentioned, Dhiren, the right-hand, left-hand combination would mean that the fielders will have to run around as the field setting would change for each of the batsmen. So definitely it's going to tire the fielders out there. So they'll have to conserve their energy. And also, I feel at this point of the game, the Peterites will look to bowl a lot more dot balls and build the pressure. That's well bowled there by Virul Amarapala.
Good line and length there by the captain on that occasion yet again.
That's where the Peterites will have to keep bowling and restrict the Josephians to as much as a low score that they would prefer.
Bowling that middle and leg stump line, including that 35th over of the day. The Josephians 145 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Batting first, Dhiren, what would be an ideal score on a pitch like this? Would you say a 300 plus score is an ideal score to defend for a first innings total?
I think it should be in the range between 300 to 350 here, Joshua, especially because this is a good batting pitch, as well as with a bit of an idea on the Peterite batting lineup, a pretty strong batting lineup from them as well. I think the Josephians should look to put up a score between 300 to 350. And if they manage to get anything above that, that's just any bonus that comes their way.
The left arm spinner Yatindra Jayavira coming back into the attack.
This is just what I mentioned earlier, Joshua, getting the left arm orthodox bowler to bowl to the right hander, spinning it away from him, could get a breakthrough for the Peterites on this occasion. Switching it up, bringing a silly mid off on this occasion as well. Quicker delivery bowled on the leg side, and the batsman just shimmies down to the leg side and managed to get a couple runs off that delivery. Yatindra, the Peterite bowler, should look to keep his line towards the middle and off stump line. Make sure to keep the pressure on the batsman.
That's exactly where Yatindra should be pitching his deliveries. I think bowling consistently in that line would definitely put pressure on the Josephians. With the field set to Yatindra, I think bowling consistently in that line would definitely help him generate something and pick up that wicket that the Peterites are looking for. That's left away by Fernando.
Let's play it down to the man at mid-on. The batsman unable to cross over for a single on that occasion.
A bit of an overpitched delivery there. A lapse in concentration maybe from the bowler.
It's much better delivery by the Peterite bowler, concluding the 35th over of today's match. The Josephians 147 for the loss of 5 wickets.
As we see a bowling change, Hiruka Silva coming back into the attack. It's a short delivery there, loose delivery.
Seem to have let go of that one a bit early on that occasion. Slight mistake by the bowler. Lucky to not get punished on that occasion. Those sort of mistakes can lead to a few hefty boundaries.
Once again, a short delivery there by Hiruka Silva. He's coming into the attack after a while now, so he'll have to stretch his arms a bit and get back into his line and length that would be ideal for the Peterites. It's well bowled. Much better from Hiruka Silva.
The Peterites have 2 fielders at deep square leg and deep mid wicket in case Fernando tries to go for that slug sweep that has been working for the Josephians all day today.
It's a no ball there by Hiruka Silva.
It's quite interesting to see, Joshua, that the spinners for the Peterites today have conceded more no balls than the paces, which is very rare. Which is a very rare thing to see in cricket usually.
Yes, quite an unlikely occasion there. That is another no ball, I believe. Punished away towards the boundary. Goes all the way for 4. Another no ball there. It must have slipped from his hand.
The Peterite team gathering at the middle to try encourage their bowler, because as you know, when you do in the game of cricket get hit for quite a few boundaries, it manages to mess with you mentally. However, it is the skill of a cricketer, I would say, to make sure that it does not worry you and make sure that you have a good rest of the spell.
Yes, Dhiren, in my opinion, cricket is more of a mental game than a physical game. You have to concentrate in order to deliver your best on the field. And right now, with the sun coming down on the boys, they are doing a marvelous job, concentrating out there and giving it their all for their colleges. Another no ball there. This is quite unnecessary from the Peterites. I think Hiruka will have to take his mark once again and steady his run up in order to minimize the odd no ball that he's been bowling.
Ball slightly wide of the off stump on that occasion. Hiruka Silva quite struggling to find his line and length from the pavilion end of his spell. And yet again, that has been punished over the man at mid-on. And that races away to the boundary for 4. And that concludes the 37th over of today's match. The Josephian standing at 160 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. Capitalizing on their batting lineup, putting together a good partnership at the middle. This could be dangerous for the Peterites here, Joshua.
Yes, definitely. I think this partnership is going to set the tone for the rest of the game. The Josephians would definitely look to capitalize on this partnership that they've built now. This phase of the game, Dhiren, this phase right after lunch is definitely the most important phase of the game, I would say.
Definitely, Joshua, the spirits could be up. And the players, the fatigue that they take on from the first innings of the day could either amplify or completely nullify after the lunch break. And in this occasion, we see that the Josephians have come after this lunch break, up to the second session of day 1 here of the mini battle, with a much better mindset than they did for the first.
As we see a bit of spin there being generated by Yatindra Jayavira. I think that area, Dhiren, that area of the pitch seems to generate a bit of turn for the spinners. Although there is not a lot of bounce, that turn could prove vital as the game progresses. So pitching it in that line would definitely help the Peterites a lot.
Yeah, Joshua, on the replay screen, I do see a slight dry patch along where Yatindra seems to be pitching the ball quite consistently. And this could be a good sign for the Peterites to get some turn off today's pitch.
That delivery there coming in, bowled a bit quicker by Yatindra.
Brilliant game of cricket being played here down at the grounds near Dali Road. The first day of the 36th mini battle encounter between the Josephians and the Peterites. Speaking of good games of cricket, Joshua, the Indian Premier League seems to be happening as we speak, and today a very interesting game, Chennai Super Kings versus Royal Challengers Bangalore. Who do you have on top?
Yes, a very interesting game coming up today evening. In my opinion, RCB seems to have the upper hand going into the game tonight.
I feel the same here, Joshua. A big RCB supporter as well.
Josephians looking for a single there. Cut off by the fielder Dimalsha. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuning in, this is March Madness back again here. The mini battle encounter, the 36th mini battle encounter, sets the tone for the Battle of the Saints to be played in the upcoming week. Oh, that is a brilliant delivery there by Yatindra Jayavira.
That concludes the 38th over. The Josephians 160 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. A brilliant over there from the left-hand orthodox bowler, conceding only 1 run, I believe, from that entire over.
As I told you, Dhiren, Yatindra seems to be generating a lot of spin, although this pitch doesn't offer a lot for the spinners. So He's doing a good job for the Peterites. What matters now is consistency. So bowling consistently on those rough patches would mean that the Josephians would have to play a bit more carefully. Virul Amarapala back in the attack for the Peterites.
The Peterite captain bowling a very responsible spell here today. Quite a good economy rate as well. Picking up that 1 wicket, a very crucial wicket for the Peterites. He's bowled majority of today's spell, with this being his 12th over of the day. Generated some good pace on that occasion. That does show that this pitch is not entirely gone from what it has to offer for the paces.
As we see the batsman shuffling towards the off stump and picking up an easy 2 there.
That's some good running between the wickets by the Josephians. Crucial in this point of the game to keep rotating the strike and keeping the pressure off of them and keeping it on the Peterites. There's some good running there. The Josephians showing some good energy on that occasion, Joshua.
That's bowled him. Brilliant delivery there by Virul Amarapala. The captain shouldering responsibility and taking the all-important wicket there.
The pitch assisted Amarapala there on that occasion with absolutely no bounce coming off the turf. The ball just sliding under the bat. It was a cheeky delivery by Virul Amarapala.
A brilliant delivery there, Dhiren. Dismissing the in-form batsman, Nimagunavarana. A brilliantly played innings, I would say. He brought the Josephians back into the game.
It is very rare that you get a reaction from the pitch like that of this sort of turf, I would say, Joshua. And it is unfortunate for the Josephians and for the man in form, Nimagunavarana, who put on a good score and performance here today, to have been caught in the crossfires of whatever that was.
As I told you, Virul Amarapala has been bowling consistently. He's been bowling a lot of dot deliveries, which has created a lot of pressure on the batsman. So with the dot balls running in the batsman's mind, that odd delivery that tends to help the bowler would easily get the wicket. And as we saw just now, that was the case.
I believe that was a cross-seam delivery by Virul Amarapala. The Peterite captain picking up his second wicket will move forward into the rest of his spell with quite a lot of confidence. Bowling to the new man at the middle from the Josephians' end.
The new batsman Thisanga Pereira facing Virul Amarapala.
Ball wide outside the off stump. I'd always believe, Joshua, that the first delivery that a batsman faces as he enters into the middle is quite crucial and telling as to what the rest of his innings has in store. And as a bowler, I think it is your responsibility to make sure that you drop the confidence in the first 2 or 3 deliveries that you bowl to the batsman. And bowling wide outside the off is not going to do that.
Yes, very true, Dhiren. On that occasion, it was a good delivery by Virul Amarapala. I would like to see him pitching the ball a bit more shorter to get the ball to move both ways, and he has the ability to move the ball both ways.
Yes, Joshua, and as we saw earlier, he was attempting the short pitch delivery, the stunning bouncer, quite a few times. I would like to see that in his following overs as well, to see if he could stun the new batsman, because both batsmen are relatively new to the pitch compared to the man in form who just departed, Nimagunavarana, who put on a brilliant innings for the Josephians. So if he can manage to pull some amazing bounces, or like we saw earlier, some uneven bounce off the pitch, we could manage to get a breakthrough for the Peterites.
From the other end, we have Yatindra Jayavira. That's well bowled there by Yatindra.
The left-arm orthodox bowler seems to be keeping the pressure from his end of things, making sure that Virul has space to capitalize from the pavilion end of his spell. Brilliant bowling.
That's a waiver delivery there by Yatindra. An odd short delivery bowled there by Yatindra Jayavira. The batsman capitalizing on that and putting the ball away for 4.
That's going to relieve quite a lot of pressure off the Josephian batsmen. Like I mentioned earlier, they're quite new to the pitch, and getting a few boundaries off the first few deliveries is definitely going to get their eye in. The Peterites will have to minimize those sort of mistakes.
A bit of bounce there for the bowler.
Much better line there by the Peterite bowler.
A bit of a full delivery there. Dhiren, what are your thoughts on the Battle of the Saints being played for 3 days for the very first time at the 91st Battle of the Saints?
Yes, Joshua, as that races away to the boundary, I think that is testament to see that we're going to have an amazing game of cricket here. With the 3 days, hopefully we get a result between the two schools. And we would love to see either one of these schools, this century-long brotherhood, one of these amazing teams coming out on top. We know that both teams want it as much as the other. And moving forward, we know based on performance and based on their performance at their matches, how determined they are to get this win on this, get the victory.
Yes, the last result at a Battle of the Saints encounter came in 2016 under Vinu Mohoti as the captain. So 9 years have passed without any result coming the way of both teams.
That concludes the 39th over of the day. The Josephians 170 for the loss.
මෙන්න රස කන්න blast
හොයන අයට මැගි පපරේ blast
blast මැගි පපරේ blast
flavor blast මැගි පපරේ blast blast මැගි පපරේ blast
flavor blast මැගි පපරේ blast
blast මැගි පපරේ
රස පත්තු වෙන මැගි පපරේ blast
from Nestle.
Virul Amarapala to continue his spell from the pavilion end for the Peterites.
The batsman shuffling towards the off stump. Quick single taken there. A misfield there, an overthrow actually.
That's unfortunate for the Peterites as it races away for the boundary.
This is completely unnecessary from the Peterites. They were building a good momentum, picking up that wicket in the last over.
Every run counts, ladies and gentlemen, and mistakes like that on the field could have detrimental value, especially at this point of the game.
Like you said, Dhiren, mistakes like these would definitely play with the bowler's mind as well. Running out there and bowling fast, coming in fast to bowl at the batsman for 12 overs is not easy under the scorching sun. So the fielders will definitely have to support the bowler if they want to progress and get a result out of this game.
Definitely, Joshua, the task of a fast bowler is not an easy one. It requires a lot of physical fitness, perseverance. And speaking from a fast bowler's perspective, it is not easy to bowl a spell like Virul has today. This is his 13th over. There is quite a lot of fatigue that comes into play, especially with his long run-up as well. We look to have quite a lot of support from the fielders as well, because it is not easy, as you mentioned earlier.
It's a full toss there. Driven away. Only a single taken there on that occasion. Yes, Dhiren, like you said, being a fast bowler is not easy at all. I believe you were a part of the Peterite outfit a few years back.
Yes, Joshua, it was a great experience. However, A-levels did get in the way of playing the big match. But it was a very good experience. And plus, like I mentioned earlier, being a fast bowler is not an easy task. It requires a lot of fitness, line and length, discipline. And as we see there, right again, Virul seems to be bowling both ways with a bit of in-swing on that occasion. You should look to get a Yorker delivery on this pitch, because I feel like that would actually stun the batsman quite a bit. We haven't seen quite a few of those deliveries here today. We have seen the full pitch delivery, the short pitch delivery, but not enough Yorkers, I would say. A very important ball for the fast bowler.
Once again, fatigue getting in the way of Virul Amarapala, I would say. A wayward delivery there. He's been bowling consistently. It's not easy at all bowling your heart out for the college.
Bowling round the wicket on this occasion. That's short pitch delivery coming round the wicket, aiming it into the body of the right hand batsman, but he punishes it away on the leg side for yet another boundary for the Josephians. And that concludes the 40th over for the Peterites, and the Josephians 177 for the loss of 6 wickets.
As we see, I believe there is a bowling change now. The leg spinner Sasindu Silva coming into the attack.
As we see on screen, the Josephian batting lineup, the openers not managing to live up to their responsibilities, I would say. But however, they did see the new ball through quite a bit. But then once we saw Nimagunavarana as well as the captain Yenula come to the pitch, we saw a good partnership between the two, with Nimtaka going on to make an amazing 76 runs, a crucial innings for the Josephians, which actually did put them on top in terms of the scoreboard.
So I believe the Peterites have now fought their way back into the game, picking up 6 wickets. It's interesting to see what Sasindu Silva will do now. Batsman picking up a single there.
Leg spin bowler, always a nightmare for the right hand batsman, Joshua.
Yes, definitely, Dhiren. The ball can spin both ways, so Sasindu Silva has the ability to bowl the ball both ways. He has a really good googly in his armory, so it'll be interesting to see how Sasindu will use his googly with the batsman playing on strike right now.
It's a good delivery, keeping the dot balls up for the Peterites. That's definitely going to put quite a lot of pressure on the Josephians. The two new batsmen to the crease. Fernando actually on 21, so he seems to be getting his eye in.
Yes, he's been out there for 40 deliveries, so that is bowled. Like I told you, Dhiren, Sasindu has a brilliant googly in his armory and he has used it to good use. He has put it to good use there. A brilliant delivery there by Sasindu Silva.
That's unfortunate for the Josephians. That takes their 7th wicket off the scoreboard. And that's quite a bit of responsibility on the lower end of the batting order coming in. And like I just mentioned, Fernando, the man in form, the man who has been at the middle for quite the longest time on that occasion, getting dismissed for what I would say is a very good delivery. Not many batsmen could deal with that sort of delivery. So getting some good turn off the middle.
Yes, it is always hard to pick a leg spinner. As we approach much needed water break for the fielders and batsmen out there. The boys from St. Peter's College will be regrouping and they'll be confident now, I would say, Dhiren, with 7 wickets on the board now.
As you mentioned earlier, Joshua, the Josephian should have looked for 300 to 350 run partnership. Do you think it's still achievable under the current state of their batting lineup, given the fact that we are already 7 down into their scoreboard, and they only have one top order or middle order batsman, I would say, at the middle? You think they'll be able to pull it up?
Well, Dhiren, with 7 wickets down, it is a tough ask to get to a 300 plus total. What the Josephians would look to put on now would, in my opinion, be a 250 plus total. That would give them something to bowl at and put the pressure on the Peterites. But for now, the Peterites are well and truly ahead of the Josephians in this game.
As you see the officials taking the middle of the pitch has dried up quite a bit, and that is an advantage, I would say, for the batsman. But then again, with the emergence of dry patches in the middle. That's also a big advantage to the Peterite spin bowlers. And like I said earlier, Joshua, they would move. I think it would be a good decision for the Peterites to move forward with their spin attack, having quite a few off spinners, left arm orthodox bowlers, as well as now leg spinners in their inventory. And they have done just that and managed to pull off quite a few wickets from the Josephian lineup.
Yes, like we spoke about earlier, Dhiren, there seems to be a bit of turn for the Peterites spinners. So it'll be interesting to see how the Josephian spinners would use this bit of turn that is available in the pitch. Credit must go to Virul Amarapala, the captain of St. Peter's College. He has managed his bowlers really well, and he has put pressure on the Josephians.
Aaron Moses, the other fast bowler for the Peterites, also picking up 2 wickets today. A brilliant spell from him as well. I think the Peterites look to use his the rest of his spell as well later on in the game. He's proven to be a good tail-end bowler, picking up the final wickets, hopefully cleaning up for the Peterites.
It's brilliantly bowled again by Sasindu Silva. Although he's been out of the attack for a while, as a leg spinner coming into the attack after a long time, to get your line and length right is not easy at all. So credit goes to Sasindu Silva.
That concludes the 42nd over. Virul Amarapala continuing the Peterite spell from the pavilion end. 53 runs off his 13 overs, as we see on the scoreboard, picking up 2 wickets along with that as well. The Peterite fast bowling lineup picking up altogether 4 wickets. And the spinners making up the rest of the wickets with their 3 as well. An almost equal distribution between the bowling lineup for the Peterites.
That goes to show that there is something in for the spinners. The pitch, although we thought it would not assist the spinners, the dry areas have definitely turned up useful for the spinners. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how the Josephian spinners would span out and use their spinners. It's a brilliant delivery there by Virul.
Fresh blood at the middle of the pitch here for the Josephians, with both batsmen facing a collective of just 10 deliveries. So the bowlers will be looking to capitalize because they do not know how exactly the pitch works right now, and they would not want the Josephians to get their eye in and create yet another partnership like we saw earlier on from Nimagunavarana and Yenula.
A bit of a wayward delivery there by Virul. Left away by the batsman on strike, Pereira.
Virul coming round the wicket on that occasion, but not managing to change the line that he was bowling previously from over. Still bowling quite outside the off stump, wide off outside the off stump on a full length. Much better there from Virul. Bowling it closer to the batsman's body. Peterite bowlers looking for the batsman to make that one small mistake that could send them back to the pavilion. A swing and a miss on that occasion.
That concludes the 43rd over. St. Joseph's College now 181 for the loss of 7 wickets, and that as that over concludes, we'll be having a swap in the commentary panel. Over to you, Cheyenne and Roshan.
Thank you, Joshua. Dhiren. Good afternoon, Cheyenne.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, O'Shane. It's lovely to be back here in St. Joseph's College watching the mini battle unfold. Just a week before the 95th Battle of the Saints takes place, St. Joseph's College taking first lease of the innings in a bit of bother, scoring at a brisk clip of almost 5 and over, but at the cost of 7 wickets. From a Peterite point of view, O'Shane, what's your take on the current status?
I'd say for majority of this day, the Peterites have had the lead, have had the edge on the other hand. 7 wickets for 181 runs. The Peterites will be pleased with that. But on the other hand, they'll definitely be looking to close his innings out soon, Cheyenne.
A bottom edge trickles down towards square leg there as the batsman run across for 2. Yes, disciplined bowling by the Peterites. It is a tricky pitch. There's a splattering of grass across the entire length of it, and there is a two-pace nature as well, with some balls keeping low, as we saw with the one which bowled the only half-centurion for St. Joseph's in this innings. Sasidu Silva that time bowling a no ball, but he has been impressive in this second spell, looping his deliveries up, giving the ball some air, and extracting what there is, and that's plenty to offer from the pitch, earning himself a prized wicket at that.
Giving a bit of air on those deliveries he's blowing. Sasidu Silva, as mentioned before, has a good googly. He'll be looking to mix those up with few wrong uns as well in order to confuse the batsman a bit.
Again, tossed up a dot ball, but this is good bowling by Sasidu. It's not just defensive bowling, it's attacking. He's attacking the stumps, he's bowling in line, he's tossing it up, looping it up, inviting the batsman for that false shot.
Beats the batsman on that occasion. From a St. Joseph's perspective, Cheyenne, in order to get to a good score, say 250, 260, what do you think should be the approach by these two batsmen in particular?
Well, if the Peterites keep bowling the way Sasidu Silva is bowling right now, Oshin, it's going to be tough. But when you're 7 down on a pitch like this, which is offering quite some purchase for the bowlers, especially the spinners, St. Joseph's should not think too far ahead just now, in my opinion. Just first cross the 200 mark, go with the 10 runs, go with the 20 runs.
හරි. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තමම ගැහුවත් නෑ. සොරි. උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
A bowling change being brought in from the pavilion end. Aaron Moses taking over the Peterite skipper Vinul Amarapala.
Talking about those two paceys in particular, Virul Amarapala and Aaron Moses, they have been exceptional today, Shayan. Aaron Moses picking those 2 wickets up for just 15 runs, has bowled 7 overs. He's been very supportive to his captain on the other end.
Yes, playing a very decent role in this innings so far for the bowling side has Aaron Moses.
Fielder will clean things up.
Bit of a wayward delivery to begin with there by Aaron Moses.
Here's Moses.
Again, strain down the leg there. What looked like an attempted slow ball there for Moses, but not quite the line he would have preferred.
A very important factor that the Peterites must also consider is not to give away free runs, Shayan. 17 extras in today's play already. They've bowled good lines and lengths. There has been some discipline and consistent bowling, but just cannot give away those free runs.
Very true, Shane. Because the pitch is offering assistance, you're in a good position over the batting side. And the last thing you want to do is betray yourself. That's a much better delivery there by Moses. On the stumps, full in length, getting the batsman forward. That's where he will want to stay for the rest of this over. And extras, like you said, Shane, will just bleed yourself. When you are in a good position, you want to stay there, you want to occupy it for as long as you can. And just drive down the opposition. But Moses, for all that, has done a very good job so far. Like you said, 7.2 overs, just 16 runs conceded, 2 wickets to his name. And more to come, he will hope.
Full delivery. There's an appeal, but umpire is not interested. Much better line and length from Moses. Keep bowling like that. Wickets are not too far away, Shayan.
Indeed, both Moses and his keeper before him, O'Shane, Amarapala, both bowling from the pavilion end, both paces, right arm, have both been pitching the ball very much forward on a pitch which has some grass cover. They're pushing it forward. As was that another appeal, muted there as appeared to be an inside edge. But that is where you want to be on a pitch like this. You want to get it in front of the batsman's eyes, get him pushing forward, get him dangling the bat. Amarapal in his last 2 overs was more targeting an offside approach where he was just dangling that carrot in front of the batsman's eyes, getting him to waft outside the off stump. But Moses here is taking a more direct approach. He's attacking the stumps, and that's a good thing to see. 2 very different lines of attack, but both productive when they work out.
Yes, we can see Aaron Moses bowling wicket to wicket. On the other hand, like you mentioned, Shayan, Virul Amarapala bowling a bit wide off stump, trying to make the batsman play, trying to get that outside edge. And here we have Moses bowling wicket to wicket, trying to get that LBW or get that bowled in. This is very good bowling by the two paces of the Peterites.
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day. Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel.
Sasindu Silva back on. Almost immediately trying to make an impact. Not so on that occasion.
Looped up, evading the batsman's drive there. This is good bowling. This is attacking bowling. But Tisaka Pereira and Lesita Vijayatunga, the Josephian batsmen at the crease, have done well so far to survive this bowling.
Try to cut it away on that occasion. But well fielded. Has to be mindful when playing against this man, Sasindu Silva. Bowling with a bit of flight. And that is a drop catch. Not the most easiest of catches, but you would want to take those if you're a Peterite, especially considering at the stage of the game we're in.
Tough
Another
chance.
wicket
Tough
could have been.
chance.
Another wicket could have been a real turn of events for the Peterites, but not on that occasion.
Good looking shot there. But no, well, that was a tough chance, Oshin.
Definitely. Here's Sasindu.
Again,
Trying to
short.
make the batsman play. That's the end of the over. It's 185 for the loss of 7 wickets.
A replay there of the drop chance there. That is a tough one. Hand outstretched, a diving slip fielder. He got his fingers round it, but at the last one just popped out. Well, Sasindu would have been delighted to see that stick had it done so, but a valiant effort there.
It was Dimanshu Javardhana, the big off spinner. Tough chance indeed, but he'll make sure that once another chance like that comes along, he'll stick to it. Shayan?
St. Joseph's won't be hoping so, Oshin. They'll be hoping that all the chances they provide will not be taken by the Peterites. But cricket goes many ways. And more often than not, it goes in the way you don't want it to.
Here's Aaron Moses. Again, like we mentioned, still bowling that wicket to wicket. That's good bowling, good disciplined bowling. That's what you want. That's what Virul Amarapala would want from his fellow senior quickie.
Yes, a good bowling partnership building up here, Shane. Sachin from the other end attacking, constantly getting the batsman forward, getting him to take risks, take chances, while on from the pavilion end, Moses in turn building those dots, building that pressure bit by bit, just waiting for when that pressure will pay rewards. Drifting down like that, that's not where you want to be, Aaron. You want to be where you were before, at the batsman, at his stumps. But a good little passage of play building here. Pressure bit by bit being put on the Josephian pair in the middle. And it remains to be seen if they can weather it and who will crumble first in this little contest.
Wicket to wicket bowling is Aaron Moses. From a St. Joseph's perspective, Cheyenne, I think it's very important that they rotate the strike in order to get to that 200 run mark. And from there on, maybe once you reach 210, 220 runs, to try and accelerate the innings, but not until you reach that mark. For now, the way they're going, try to minimize the amount of dot balls, but also to accumulate ones and twos more than boundaries. Beating the batsman on that occasion. Again, good bowling by Moses. Not letting the batsman settle one bit, Cheyenne. That is what you would want if you are Peterite. That is what Virul Amarapala would have told him, his fellow senior fast bowler. Sasindu Silva from the other end attacking with his flighted deliveries. And from this end, Moses bowling wicket to wicket.
A very valid point you made there, Shane, because runs are drying up for St. Joseph's right now. Just 3 or 4 across the last as many overs, and the Peterites are building bit by bit as we speak. With every dot ball that is faced, every ball that beats the bat, it's a little win for St. Peter's. And these are wins that, like you said, St. Joseph's can minimize. In situations like this, it's not the big shots that count, it's not the big risks, it's rotating the strike, taking those little chances which any bowler will offer you and making the most of it. And it's at times like that, if you make use of these little chances, that you can bit by bit let go of that bigger pressure. Moses running in for his delivery right now. Again, back of a length there. He wanted to run the striker, but sent back down by his partner. End of the 47th over, St. Joseph's College, 185 runs for the loss of 7 wickets.
St. Joseph's College, 185 for the loss of 7 wickets. Sasindu Silva from the swimming pool end. Beg your pardon, 187 for the loss of 7 wickets. We mentioned earlier that the Josephian batsmen have to be mindful when facing Sasindu Silva. Bowling with bit of air is Sasindu. Batsmen just have to knock it without trying to overhit him, because chances of a leaning edge are highly unlikely. Solid defense on that occasion by Tisanga Pereira.
Just the one field in the deep for Sasindu Silva, that is the deep mid-wicket, which shows you how well he has been bowling. Just evading the outside edge there, sharp turn from Silva. And you don't notice, Shane, that the more flight he gives the ball when he is bowling from the pavilion end, the more rip it gets, whereas the quicker ones through the air tend to skid through. So good pace variation there, just a little too much down leg. They're easy for the batsman to just tuck away. But great control exhibited by this leggy from the pavilion end, because leg spin is not an easy art. It takes a lot of practice, a lot of hard work, and even with that, controlling your balls and controlling your mind in the match situation is an entirely different ball game altogether.
Indeed it is, Cheyenne. Sasindu Silva, on the other hand, has been very economical from his 7 overs. End of the over, it's 187 for the loss of 7. 188 rather.
St. Joseph just have to maneuver this little passage of play here. It's tough going. You're facing good bowling. But if you can just dig in, stay calm through that storm, opportunities will come to you. You might be 7 down, but this is still a good pitch. It's early in the day, early in the innings, and there is still a lot of time left to make a good total, a challenge in first innings total. As Moses resumes from the pavilion end. Shortish
Not away
there.
on that occasion, but field is there to tidy up. And we also talked about how the pitch is going to get even better as we go along, Cheyenne. It is. With the heat, the moisture will dry up, the grass is going to dry up. There won't be much left for the bowlers at the end of the day, but the batsmen will be looking at their chances to score runs, because the pitch is just going to become into a batting paradise as we go along. So a bit of patience right now would see that the Josephians would be able to score more runs in the latter part of the day.
Solid in defense there, Vijay Tunga. 40 balls the pair at the crease have faced, and just 4 runs, which shows you how economical, how good in maintaining the pressure the Peterites have been in this little phase. But credit to the batters, they have not taken unnecessary risks, and they have let the bowlers just continue to batter them, that is true, but offering them no strict rewards. Again, shortish there, a bit of bounce, guided down towards third man for a single.
Accumulating singles and twos. That's what you would want if you're a Josephian fan. Get those small runs, and then in the end of the day, try and accelerate the innings a bit. But for now, just keep going the way you're going. The Peterites, on the other hand, they'll also keep doing what they're doing, applying pressure on the batsmen by accumulating dot balls. And that's what the Josephians would like to avoid. Wide of leg stump on that occasion by Moses. Yeah, it's clear signs that Moses is definitely exhausted by all that bowling, Cheyenne. Consistent bowling does take a lot out of you. Clear signs are showing from Moses, but he'll want to keep bowling that good line in length. Back of a length deliveries will get you wickets. Just have to be patient. But that's one of the things that the game of cricket teaches us, isn't it, Cheyenne? Patience.
Very well said, O'Shane. Patience is a virtue which every good cricketer does need. That time strained too far down the off. Moses, a wide water to the batting lineup. 191 on the board now. Just 9 runs away from that 200 mark, which every cricketing team will tell you, once crossed, gives you just that slight but tangible psychological optimistic push. But as you said, St. Peter's just have to keep doing what they are doing, because what they are doing right now is working for them.
Here's Moses.
Hardly any bounce in that ball, as you can see. Very similar to the ball which bowled Nimagunavarana. Pretty much the same spot where it has landed before, but that time just eliciting almost no bounce, keeping low on its way to the keeper. And it's balls like that that the Josephian pair will have to watch out for. Balls which do not come at you the way you think they will. Because that is where the pitch comes into play, and that is where St. Peter's have exploited it well so far.
Yes, indeed, Cheyenne.
The complete opposite there. Rapid uplifting bounce there off the same length. So
Surprising the batsman a little bit, Cheyenne.
definitely. So a couple of very good deliveries there. Assisted by the pitch, of course, by Moses, but definitely planting that seed of doubt in the batter's mind. As he ends his over on a good note, 49 overs, St. Joseph's 191 for the loss of 7.
Even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones, your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Sasindu Silva into his 6th over from the swimming pool end.
Yatendra Jayavira rather. Now bowling from the swimming pool end. Yatendra bowling a very straight line, especially with his left arm action to the right-handed batsman. Has the angle. He'll be looking to take the advantage out of that. He can either bowl it away from the right-hander or bowl it right inside.
Yes, on that note, O'Shane, from the swimming pool end, 2 separate bowlers, a big hoik there by the
Make a
batsman.
peel on that occasion.
Turned down by the umpire, but that is rash. That is rash shot making by the batsman. You do not want to do that when your team is 7 down for less than 200. Yes, it's a new bowler. Yes, he has to settle in, but you do not gift the other team opportunities like that. Lucky to get away there, and he will need to be more cautious. Nicely played that time. The 2 bowlers to operate from the swimming pool end, O'Shane. Jayavira right now with his left arm spin, and Silva previously with his right arm spin. 2 very different styles. One left arm orthodox, more with the fingers, whereas the other was more with the wrist work of the right armer. But both taking the ball away from the right-handed batsman. Now, do you think that as a batter, you would face difficulties when you're facing the same kind of ball, the delivery moving away from you, but from 2 different types of bowlers? Right now a left armer, and before that a leg spinner. A lovely
Brilliant
shot.
on that occasion.
Too full there by Jayavira, inviting the batsman, and invite him he did. Lovely shot down the ground, no field there, 4 runs to his name. And that
Yeah.
50 overs done, St. Joseph's 192 for 7. As we see spin from both ends now. $195 for 7, I beg your pardon. as the leg spinner takes over from the pavilion end, in which we are coming to you live from at this very moment. So to come back to what you were talking about, Toshen, it's now that very play being played in front of us. The left armour from the other end, the leggy from this end.
Occasion. No, says the umpire. Well, the Josephian batsmen are living dangerously at the moment with these two spinners bowling from both ends. Sasindu Silva from the pavilion end and Yatindra from the swimming pool end. Two completely different actions. Trying to make the batsman play on that occasion. Batsman gets a single.
What has been impressive about Silva is his fearlessness to flight the ball the way he is. Generally, you get spinners just pushing the ball through the air, shooting it through, trying to get the ball skidding across the surface. But Silva so far has been effortlessly just looping it up in the air, as you see there. And
beautiful
what
delivery.
turn that is. So clever bowling, attacking bowling, fearless bowling here. Because the more you loop the ball in there, the more time there is for the batter to take it on. But again, they are just loop it up on the stumps, letting the pitch do your work for you.
Bowls him. Brilliant bowling by Sasindu Silva. Kept on bowling that good length. Not much flight in that delivery, just skidded on through the surface. And he has got his reward for that consistent bowling of his.
That, O'Shane, is very, very good bowling. That is bowling according to a plan. The first 4 deliveries of the over, all flighted, all on the front, getting the batsman on the front foot and pushing. And that one, as you see on the replay, they are shortish, sliding through, bangs in the middle. And St. Joseph's bid goodbye to their batter. 8 wickets down now, St. Joseph's 193 on the board. And Sasindu Silva, well, he is weaving a web around the St. Joseph's batting lineup at the moment.
That is such clever bowling, like you mentioned. Bowl few deliveries with flight. The last delivery skids on. The batsman has no clue what to do. Completely different delivery. Gets his reward, Sasindu.
Senit Netzer, the new batsman at the crease for St. Joseph's. 8 down now. 7 runs away from 200. And you wonder what is going on through the minds of the dugout as they watch the pair at the crease. What is their target now?
Yes, they'll definitely be concerned about crossing that 200-run mark. It'll be a shame if they get all out before they do so, Cheyenne.
Yes, I believe the target right now will be first, as you said, to cross the 200. Another right-hander is Netzer, so another batsman who can be prone to the leg spinner's wiles. A slip in and a silly point right under the helmet, right under the batsman's eyes for him. As we see another fielder being brought up. Into first slip. 2 slips then for the new batsman. With the ball spinning away, with the ball taking turn, much turn off the pitch.
Attacking approach by the Peterites, especially with the new batsman in. Beautiful delivery. Sasindu Silva is on a roll right now.
This is brilliant bowling. This is brilliant bowling by Silva and the Peterites. St. Joseph's 51 overs into their first innings. 193, tottering with 8 wickets down. The Peterite bowling card there, ladies and gentlemen, and a Peterite will take you through it. O'Shane?
Starting off with the skipper Virul Amarapala, 2 wickets for 53 runs, 2 maidens, from his 14 overs. Economy just under 4. Aaron Moses, his fast bowling partner, 2 wickets for 19 runs. Jayawardena Yatindra now bowling from the swimming pool end. Continues to bowl straight. That's exactly what you would want to do. That's exactly what his skipper would want him to do as well. Keep attacking the right-handed batsman. Just bowl it right into him. Silly point right in front of him as well. Bowls bit wide of off stump. Paddle sweeps. That's running away. Wicket keeper Dineth gives chase. Good fielding. Dineth De Silva, the wicket keeper, goes all the way to the fine leg region.
Oshan, how often have you seen a wicket keeper who we generally associate with being behind the stumps going beyond the boundary ropes during a match? That is very rare, and that is great commitment to see from the Peterite keeper, De Silva. That's what you want to be doing. You want to be supporting your bowler. Be he your strike or your supplementary bowler, it's support from the team, the field round, that gives you those wickets, gives you those small chances. And that is very good to see from the Peterite keeper. Jabir in for his third delivery. Tossed up, flicked away.
The wicket keeper again giving chase. Like you mentioned, Cheyenne, as a bowler, you would want all your fielders to give their 100%. Bowling good lines and lengths is not enough. If your fielders are not giving their 100%, it is difficult to gather wickets. And that is what you would want as a bowler. Each fielder on the field giving their 100%, making sure that those 4 runs become 2, that those 2 runs become 1.
Sharp turn there for the left armour. Pitching on a length on the stumps and just cutting across.
Bowling with a bit of pace is Yatindra.
200 up on the board for St. Joseph's. Well, that's one milestone crossed. Again, full.
With a bit of flight on that occasion. Very rare scene from Yatindra Jayawardena. Generally likes to bowl on with his arm. Variations are important. Solid defense by Tisanga Pereira. For him to settle in, for him to get comfortable before he starts making those runs. Sasnu Silva with a lot of flight on that occasion. Really wide of off stump.
A bowler generally likes seeing the ball go across to the slip's hands, but that is when it takes the edge of the batsman. You don't want to be putting the ball into the slip's hands all by yourself. That's a better delivery, and that's a very good shot.
Straight to the fielder though. Netsara looking to play his shots, Cheyenne. Not a very defensive strategy he's following.
But perhaps an effective strategy, O'Shane, because defense has not got St. Joseph's anywhere in the last 10 or so overs.
Beats the batsman on that occasion.
But aggression must be tempered with discretion. You can't attack every ball, because when you are facing good bowlers, quality bowlers, you have to pay them respect as well. Straight down the ground there. Running away to the boundary, and it will reach the ropes. That's a good shot by Netsara. 4 runs to St. Joseph's, 4 runs to his name, and a rare loose delivery there by Sasnu Silva, earning the batting team 4 runs.
That boundary will give him a heap of confidence for Netsara. New batsman has only faced 7 deliveries, already scored a boundary. That's going to do a lot for his confidence.
Yes, the previous partnership, Poshen, 40 balls faced, just 4 runs run. This partnership, on the other hand, 12 balls faced and 8 runs already scored. So this is good, brisk scoring by St. Joseph's. But the onus remains on them to score safely in the overs and balls to come. Quick single there, good running by the batsman. That's what you want to do. You want to put pressure back on the fielding team. as Silva concludes his 7th over. A productive over for St. Joseph's there. 53 overs done. The score on 205 for 8. And there will be a change in commentary from us here. Big hoik there from the batsman. Stumping appeal from behind, but the umpire at square leg remains unmoved. And this is what you're talking. You need to temper your aggression. It might yield you runs, but you can't afford any more mistakes when you're already 8 down.
Sharp work there by the wicket keeper, Dineth De Silva. Staying proactive is key. Oh! Drop catch on that occasion. Tough chance, but I think it's Sasindu Silva down there.
Sharp chance that. Flying quickly to his left was the ball, and the fielder is quite close to the bat as it is. Those are never easy to take.
Sweeps it. Beats the fielder. It's running away to the boundary, and that'll be 4 runs.
Good shot there by the batsman. No fielder in that region save for the mid-wicket close by, and that shot was well wide of the running fielder. In the air for a moment, but well played, well manoeuvred. 4 runs more to St. Joseph's, and now the scoring rate is picking up. What remains to be seen is how long it will stay that way, and what St. Peter's response will be to this now attacking mindset of St. Joseph's, who were before content to just sit and let St. Peter's come at them. Well, now they're taking the attack to St. Peter's.
Yes, I think the pressure has shifted just a bit.
Good cricket. A boundary followed by a single.
Tucks it right to the fielder on that occasion. St. Peter's have applied pressure to the Josephians right throughout this day. The Josephians have now picked up the pace on scoring just a little bit, and are applying some pressure to the Peterites by themselves. Drive on that occasion, straight to the fielder.
You can see Javira just tossing the ball up ever so much more. O'Shane trying to lure the batsman into their big shot, their glory shot.
Bowling a bit wide of leg stump. That occasion, Yatindra.
A quick run exchanged as the 54th over of St. Joseph's first lease of the wicket comes to a close. St. Joseph's 207 for the loss of 8. Tisanga Pereira and Netzer at the crease. A very handy little partnership so far for St. Joseph's. 15 runs off 19 balls. Quick runs, runs they needed. As Silva resumes from the pavilion end again, tossed up, getting the batsman, drawing him forward.
Tisanga Pereira has been there for some time now. 12 runs off 37 balls. Just settling in. Getting comfortable before he starts attacking the bowlers. And not very easy bowlers to attack. Sasindu Silva and Yatin the Javir from the other end. Missed out on that occasion. Again, good bowling by Sasindu, making the batsman think.
Silly point on his haunches there.
Pulls it in the air, fielder down there, takes it.
9 down for St. Joseph's as yet another batsman falls prey to Sasindhu Silva. A shortish ball that time, a loose delivery actually, but the pace of it, the loop on it, just allowed the ball to get the upper half of the bat, looping it up in the air for the waiting fielder's hands to snaffle it safely. Netsara, 13 balls faced, 11 quick runs scored, but his stay is brief at the crease. He has to take the long walk back, as St. Joseph's are now just 1 wicket away from being bowled out in their first innings.
Tisangal Pereira is gone for 12. It's 208 for 9.
I beg your pardon. Netsora remains at the crease, as it was the set batter with more than 40 balls faced who departed that time. Well, his eyes would have lit up, seen that short ball from Silva, but he just couldn't cash into his bad luck. Suravira, the new man in for St. Joseph's, the last man in for St. Joseph's, the last hope for St. Joseph's in this first innings, as they will look at the current pair. Look at them to carry them to some vestige of a respectable total. 208 though is not bad, O'Shane. It's challenging on a pitch like this. 2 balls remaining in this over. But St. Joseph's will hope that they could score in excess of 225 at least.
It's not going to be easy, considering that these 2 batsmen that are there at the crease are not batsmen with the reputation of hitting. They are more often considered as tail-enders, bowlers. Here's Sasindhu, giving a bit of flight. Bit of a misfield, but there's another fielder to collect it. Salit Galage on that occasion. Here's Sasindhu. Goes for the drive. Fielder is there to collect it. Savi Fernando.
End of 55 overs in St. Joseph's innings. 208 for the loss of 9. And a changing commentary here from us as the mics are handed over to Gaurava, I beg your pardon, from St. Peter's, and Johan from St. Joseph's. Over to you, gentlemen.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
All right, the new bowler in, Rafael Hettige. A quick run by St. Joseph's. They are pushing for the second. And yes, they will make it safely to collect the second run.
Rafael Hettige, in his first 5 overs, he went for 30 runs. A good ball yet again by Rafael Hettige.
Played well. Nets out on strike.
Another dot ball. Now Suravir is on strike.
Suravir on strike now. The last man left for St. Joseph's. Played well. Gaurav, one thing I've noticed is that St. Peter's has given 19 runs as extras.
Yes, Johan. It's a bit too many extras today from the Peterites. I hope that they'll maintain their discipline. And at the end of the 56th over, St. Joseph's College is 211 runs for the loss of 9 wickets.
After 56 overs, St. Joseph's College 214 for the loss of 9 wickets.
And
lovely shot all the way to the boundary.
A beautiful shot through covers there. That's a rare loose delivery by Sachin Silva.
We are seeing some fighting live here at the end of the order of St. Joseph's, which is great to see actually. The lower order also contributing as much as they can. And we see a similar shot, but is covered by the fielder.
So, Johan, what do you think the Josephians would want on the scoreboard at the end of their first innings?
I mean, considering that they've already gained around 220 for 9 wickets, I think since this is the last man that they have remaining, I don't think they should try anything fancy or experiment because they don't have anyone else after. So I think they just stick to the basics and just scrap up as many runs as they can by playing it safe. Because they have all the time in the world and they just need to play it safe right now.
Spot on, Johan, and that's what they seem to be doing today. Playing it careful.
Silva pitching it up.
But another thing, Johan, we can see is that if the bowlers bowl loose, we can see the 2 batsmen going after it.
Yes. The Peterites are out here trying everything they can. A call here from the umpire and the umpire says no.
And at the end of the 57th over, St. Joseph's College are 219 runs for the loss of 9 wickets. And speaking of Rafael Hettige, who continues at the swimming pool end, he's not being at his best today, Johan. He's been the leading wicket taker of St. Peter's College, and he's got 4-5 wicket hauls, but today he's gone wicketless and a little bit expensive as well.
Yes, that's very correct. We can see that he's been hit for around 5.5 runs per over according to his economy. A quick run from the Josephians,
That
increasing
ball
their
was
total.
That ball was able to catch the outside edge there. But I think that the main problem is that Rafael is not consistent today.
Yes, we can see a lack of consistency from Rafael today in his bowling, especially with the extras that he's been giving St. Joseph's. You know, sometimes the pressure can get to you, and sometimes it's not the best of your days.
Yes, Johan. Another good ball there by Rafael.
You know, even though the one of the leading wicket takers is not performing that well today, we can see bowlers like Aaron Moses contributing as much as they can to the team. You know, that's something I've noticed of this Peterite team. The teamwork that they've been showing on the field, especially in communication, they've been supporting all of the players on the field as much as they can, and that's something really good, and that's something I really appreciate in the Peterite squad. A good shot. Great fielding by the Peterites. An overthrow.
It's really good fielding by Savi Fernando, but in the end, the overthrow cost 1 run for the Peterites.
The Josephians steal a cheeky run because of the overthrow.
And at the end of the 58th over, St. Joseph's College are 222 runs for the loss of 9 wickets. And now Sacinto Silva continues from the pavilion end.
Nets are on strike. Oh.
And
that's the end of the Josephian innings.
You were just speaking about it, Johan. And Suraviro departs, and that brings the Josephine innings to a close.
Yes, as we were saying, the Peterites were pushing as much as they can for that last wicket.
And Sacinto Silva ends his inning, ends his spell with 9.1 overs and 3 wickets to his name.
Great bit of bowling, I must say. And the Josephian camp falls for 222 at 58 overs. What do you think that's going on in the minds of the camp at St. Peter's now as they're coming up to bat?
Well, Johan, I think that they'll be relatively happy with their bowling performance today, and I also think that they will be trying to capitalize on their bowling, that the way they bowl, especially Sasindu Silva, Aaron Moses, and as well as the skipper Virul Amarapala. They all bowled really well, and now I think they'll hope to carry on the good work with the bat.
Your 220 is not the end of the world. If the Josephian camp works together as a team and give it all they can and leave it all on the field, I think they still have a chance here at the 36th mini battle.
That's the tree break, and stay tuned as we'll bring live action shortly.
The players will be back, the Peterites will be back for their batting innings in around 15 minutes after the tea break. Yes, the teams will go to their camps now and discuss and maneuver their plans.
Queue up, 15 minutes tea break.
From Nestle.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තමම ගැව්වට නෑ. සොරි. උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස. මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones, your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
Rasa Mackie Papare Blast
from Nestle.
හරි ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැව්වත් නෑ සොරි උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones. Your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
දෙන්න රස කන්න blast
හොයන අයට මැගි පපරේ blast
blast මැගි පපරේ blast
flavor blast මැගි පපරේ blast blast මැගි පපරේ blast
flavor blast මැගි පපරේ blast
blast මැගි පපරේ
රස පත්තු වෙන මැගි පපරේ blast
from Nestle.
හරි
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැව්වත් නෑ සොරි උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones. Your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile. And we find a new way to share happiness with you every day. Because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and now we are into our last session, and St. Peter's College have started their first innings. To all of those who are joining now, St. Joseph's College elected to bat first and was able to score 222 runs at the end of their innings. And now St. Peter's College will be commencing their first innings. The first ball's bowled down leg side. And the two Peterite opening batsmen are Rehan Soisa and Dineth De Silva. A loud appeal from the Josephians, but the umpire does not raise his finger. Yet another ball down leg side from Senith Netsara. This time, it was bowled wicket to wicket by Netsara. Oh, a little bit of swing there by Senith Netsara. Another ball. Chip to mid wicket there by Soisa. I started now and I'm calling you. And at the end of the first over, St. Peter's College 0 runs. And now Dineth De Silva will take strike.
The right arm off spinner Mario Suravira being brought into the attack now by the Josephian skipper.
Goes on the back foot and drives it to short extra cover.
Yes, Gaurav, a nicely played shot there. The Josephian spinners will definitely look to spin the ball like the Peterite spinners did. There's definitely some turn and bounce left in the pitch. Now that's worked away for a single there, played away towards the sweeper cover region.
Yes, Joshua, both the opening batsmen for St. Peter's College have been in quite good form. Rehan Soiza has scored 325 runs, including 250s, and Dinet De Silva has scored 458 runs with 250s and 100. So I expect them to carry on their good form today as well.
Yes, Gaurav, if I'm not mistaken, I think Dinet De Silva is the second highest run scorer for the Peterite outfit. Am I right?
Yes, Joshua, you are right.
That ball there going down the leg side.
As we can see, Joshua, the Josephians have a quite attacking field at the moment.
Yes, Gaurav, like you mentioned, what the Josephians are definitely looking to do here is to put pressure on the Peterites early on. So a few wickets before the end of day's play would mean that the Peterites will go on to feel the pressure tomorrow morning as well.
So as you say, Joshua, a nice shot through covers for just the run. And Dinet De Silva works it onto the leg side. And 2 runs there.
That concludes the over. The Peterites are 4 runs for the loss of no wickets.
Now, Joshua, what do you think the Josephians will try to do? Because they have only one session left in the day. What do you think the game plan is for the rest of the day?
Gaurav, in my opinion, I think the Josephian skipper would try to put more dot ball pressure on the batsmen, because that's what the Peterites did. So they'll definitely take a learning from the Peterites and put the early dot ball pressure, because that is what would create the early wickets for the Josephians.
As we speak, we can see that there's a little bit of bounce and swing for Netsara today.
Yes, definitely. Although we expected the pitch to play a huge part for the batting side, there seems to be a lot in the pitch for the bowlers as well. And Netsara there generating a fairly good amount of bounce. So as you can see, Netsara is generating some pace there. He's bowling really well. His first over was a maiden. I think this is what the Josephians will ideally have to do here to create that first wicket. And their fielding also has to be top notch in order for them to make early inroads into the Peterite batting side, into the Peterite attack.
He left yet again there by Soisa. Netsara is looking dangerous today with the seam movement he's having. And Joshua, we talked about the game plan of St. Joseph's. What do you think St. Peter's would try to do in this last session?
I think batting seen out the day without losing any wickets would definitely be their game plan. Ideally around 60 to 50 runs. I think there's around 30 odd more overs left in the day, so they'll definitely look to put on a bit of runs because there are a few overs left in the game's play.
Yes, Joshua, and seems to be that Netsara has overstepped the line, and that will be a no ball.
Yes, we saw a few no balls being bowled by the Peterites as well, so the Josephians will definitely look to minimize the extras that they'll be giving because they don't have a lot of runs on the board as well. 222 was definitely an under par score. We definitely expected more from the Josephians coming in to bat.
And another good solid defense there by Dineth De Silva this time. I beg your pardon, Rehan Soisa.
That's a brilliant delivery there.
Just outside leg there.
That's brilliantly played there by Soisa. No runs there though. And that concludes the third over. St. Peter's College.
Blast, blast, make a flavor blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast.
Pattu enna rasa kanna blast.
Hoina item, make it papare blast.
Blast, make it papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast. Blast, make it papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast.
Blast, make it papare blast.
Rasa pattu enna make it papare blast.
From Nestle.
So you see Mario Suravira coming in to bowl.
There have been quite a few dot balls today by the Josephian bowlers. Caught by Dineth Dina De Silva cuts it to deep point for a single.
It's interesting to see what Mario will do now, because he doesn't have a lot of loop in his bowling action, but he's definitely he's definitely darting the ball into the batsman. So the players from St. Peter's College will definitely have to watch out for the deliveries that Mario will be bowling.
Yet again, Mario Suravira bowls it on a good line and length, and it's well defended there by Rehan Soisa.
Yes, he's bowling really well. Mario is doing exactly what the Josephians would have wanted early on in the innings that they'll be bowling at.
Oh, that kept low there.
Yes, so that one keeping low. Once again, he is bowling to his field. Mario is doing his job really well here.
Oh, just down the leg side there by Mario Suravira. And they race away for 2. And they go for 2. I thought it went for 4. That's well.
And that concludes the over. The Josephians are now 8 runs. Sorry, I beg your pardon. The Peterites, rather, are now 8 runs for the loss of 0 wickets.
Joshua, something we were able to see in the Josephian innings is that they didn't have a big partnership. So what do you think that the Peterites can learn from that?
Yes, Gaurava, the only partnership that came their way was with Nimtakar and the batsman that supported him, Fernando. Netsara coming in to bowl his 3rd over.
He's been really good today, has Netsara.
That's another no ball there by Netsara. I believe this is his 2nd no ball of the game.
You were just speaking about extras and discipline bowling, Joshua.
Yes, Virul Amarapala from the Peterite outfit did that part of keeping his length tidy. Aaron Moses also supporting him from the fast bowling aspect of sides. Netsara will have to keep his line and length steady in order for the Josephians to put early pressure on the Peterites.
Oh, inside edge there. Races way to the fine leg boundary, and they'll take 1.
I think what the Peterites now would look to do is to settle in a bit and get used to the playing conditions. There'll be a lot of spin later on from the... That's a brilliant Yorker there by Netsara, something we haven't seen throughout the game. So like I was saying, Gaurava, the Peterites would definitely look to get used to this pitch, because there's going to be a lot of spin as the game progresses. Like we saw in the Peterite bowling innings, there was a lot of spin that the spinners generated, especially Sasindu Silva, Rafael and Yatindra. So it'll be interesting to see how the Josephian spinners are going to use their spin attack against the Peterites.
Swing and a miss there by Dinesh De Silva. I beg your pardon, Rehan Soisa.
Yes, that ball moving away from the left-hander there. There is a bit of movement for the bowler, Netsara. He's bowling quite well here. All he has to do is keep his line and length and bowl disciplined. That is what is expected from him. So, building dot ball pressure, I would say, is going to create that much needed pressure for the Josephians, which would definitely lead to the first breakthrough that they are looking for.
Well left there by Soisa.
Yes, Soisa is watching the ball really well here, Gaurav. I think as a batsman, in my opinion, that is quite important. Ball watching is definitely very important, so he's doing his job here.
Yes, Joshua, as a batsman, especially an opening batsman, you have to be patient.
Yes, patience is key. Seeing off the new ball is also very vital. So I think that is what the coaches would have told these two opening batsmen. And at the end of the 5th over, St. Peter's College are now 10 runs for the loss of 0 wickets.
Hari! Injection එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තමම ගැහුවත් නෑ. සොරි. උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැහැය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්
Suravira comes in from the swimming pool end to bowl his 3rd over.
That's brilliantly played there, but very well fielded also by the Josephians. The fielding from both sides for now, up till now, has been top-notch. This is what is expected from a school cricketing encounter.
That's nicely played there by De Silva. Worked away to the leg side for a single.
That was a well-directed ball there by Mario Suravira. He's bowling quite well here. and that is what is expected from him. But the Peterites are also up to the mark. They are working the singles, which is early on, which is quite really good for the Peterites. They'll definitely look to settle in first before trying to play those big shots here.
Yes, Joshua, and like you said, patience is key. Yet another good ball by Suravira. Defended equally well by Soisa.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuning in, this is the mini battle encounter, the 36th mini battle encounter between the second 11 teams of St. Peter's College and St. Joseph's College.
Rehan Soisa changed his intent a bit and tried to go after that one.
Yes, a little bit of intent shown by Rehan Soisa there. He steps out and hammers it towards deep mid-wicket.
And Suravira maintains his line and length yet again.
Laksin. Yes, speaking about the previous innings, Gaurava, let's take a look at the St. Joseph's College batting card. Early on, De Silva and Dalpatadu got dismissed for rather low scores, I would say. But then Gunavardhana and Dhanatranaya got a huge it was not a huge partnership, but it was a really good partnership that steadied the Josephian innings. And there onwards, the scores were very minimal, other than Netzara making a 20 and Fernando also adding to the Josephian scores. A few extras bowled by the Peterites, 22 runs being given. I would say the Peterites could have done a bit better from the extra column.
Yes, Joshua, and like you said, sometimes those extras could determine the match.
Yes, definitely. There have been countless occasions where these extras have mattered a lot in big games. Even at the international stage, we have seen countless occasions where teams have lost matches because of a few extras gone the other way. As we see a brilliant delivery there.
Yes, Joshua, and 4 extras. Netzara. Yes, Joshua. So, with the Peterite bowling.
Yes, I think that is a brilliant shot there by Rehan Soisa. Played a textbook cover drive there. You were saying, Gaurava?
Yes. So, what do you think the Josephians can gain from the from the Peterites bowling innings?
Well, there's a lot to learn from the Peterites actually, Gaurava. First of all, I would say that the Josephians must learn from the mistake that the Peterites made. That was bowling a lot of extras. The 22 runs could prove vital later on in the innings. So, definitely the Josephians will definitely try to minimize the extras that have been that are going to be given out towards the Peterites, because those are all free runs. As we see, another brilliant shot there by Rehan Soisa. He's playing brilliantly here. He just gets back on his back foot and drives that along the ground for 4.
It looks like he's figured out the swings of Netzara now.
Yes, I would also like to add to the earlier point that you made. I think Netsara is bowling a bit short here. So another thing that he could learn from the Peterites is to bowl into his line and length. I think Virul Amarapala did that really well. And Aaron Moses as well. Although he was a bit wavered early on, he picked up 2 important wickets. So bowling dot balls is definitely necessary, as we see a fielding change there.
Down the leg side yet again by Netsara. He lost his line a little bit there. Oh,
that's a huge wide there by Netsara. Going outside off stump. Very lucky to not have gone for 5 runs there. The keeper did really well to stop that ball from going to the boundary. There's no protection down at the boundary line as well. There's no third man there. The extra fielder coming onto the offside to stop that boundary, from which from the side at which Rehan Soiza got those 2 boundaries.
That's a relatively good shot there by Soisa, straight to mid wicket.
What I see from Netsara Gaurava is that he's swinging the ball both ways. I think that is exactly what the Peterites also did. The Peterite fast bowlers, Aaron Moses and Virul Amarapala. So he's definitely getting swing both ways. He'll definitely look to get that early wicket there and make inroads into the Peterite batting side, into the Peterite batting account.
Yes, Joshua. It's a pretty attacking field with 2 slips. They are gunning for a wicket right now.
As we speak, a brilliant effort there at cover point. Brilliant fielding there by the Josephians. That is what is expected from them.
And at the end of the 7th over, St. Peter's College is 21 runs for the loss of 0 wickets.
Yes, let's take a look at the Peterite bowling card. Gaurava, why don't you run us through that?
Yes, Joshua. So you can see Virul Amarapala, the captain. He bowled very well, and he even got the breakthrough of Guruge when the spinners were taken, and then at the key bowlers of the day, you had to say is Aaron Moses and Sasindu Silva.
Yes, Sasindu Silva getting those 4 wickets. He did a brilliant job bowling those 9 overs at an economy rate of 2 runs per over.
And Joshua, even Aaron Moses, as a pace bowler, he bowled really well.
Yes, Gaurava, definitely. Credit must go to Aaron Moses for picking up those 2 wickets. He bowled really well. There was good support given by Yatindra Jayavira and Dimal Shah as well.
Tries to play the late cut, this Dinit De Silva, but is beaten.
Mario Suravira is doing a fantastic job here for the Josephians. He's bowled 3 overs and kept it at a low economy rate. He's only given 7 runs, so he's definitely building that pressure the much needed pressure that the Josephians are looking for.
Yes, Joshua, and as you speak, he continues bowling at that line and length and making it uncomfortable for the Peterite batsman.
Another dot. That was intentionally played there by Dinesh De Silva towards the cover point region. No run given though.
And another good ball there by Mario Suruvira. All Silva can do is just drive it towards mid-off.
The end of 8 overs. St. Peter's College are now 21 for the loss of no wickets. As we see a bowling change here, Nimagunavarana being brought into
Hurry! Injection එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තමම ගැහුවත් නෑ. සොරි. උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
And Nimagunavarana, the half centurion in the Josephian innings, comes into the attack.
Yes, the new bowler being brought in instead of Netsara. That is a brilliant shot there, played down towards the sweeper cover region.
A good shot there by Dinesh De Silva, straight to mid-off.
Yes, a bit overpitched, I would say. He has to shorten his line, Nimtaka here, and try and generate that odd bounce that we saw from Netsara as well, because he definitely is swinging the ball. That's a brilliant shot there by Dinesh De Silva. The ball running away for 4.
That is certainly a classy shot there by Dinesh De Silva over the mid-on fielder's head.
Yes, an attacking shot. Dinesh showing some event intent now.
I think that in the first over itself, it's best if Gunawardena finds his line. Don't you think, Joshua?
Yes, Gaurava, indeed. Another attacking shot there by Dinesh De Silva. Another 4 for him. He's definitely taking the attack to the Josephian bowlers.
And the new bowler comes into the attack, and De Silva takes him to pieces now. Joshua. Gunawardana comes. And a good ball there by Gunawardana. And Joshua, we were able to see Netsara and Suravir bowling really well in the first 8 overs. And then Gunawardana came into the attack. Do you think that that was a risky decision?
No, actually, Gaurav. I feel the bowling change was right because Netsara, although he bowled well in his first few overs, he missed his line in the end of his spell. So the bowling change was right, but the Peterites were up to the mark with their batting, and De Silva showing some intent in the previous over.
Yes, Joshua, he just did not let Gunawardana settle down. And now a new bowler, Thisanga Pereira, comes into the attack.
Yes, a bold move here by the Josephian skipper because Suravira was bowling quite well. So we'll have to see what their game plan is moving on here.
Yes, Joshua. And here's Thisanga Pereira. Well left there by Rehan Soisa. And Rehan Soisa drives it to mid-on, but no
Yes.
run there.
For now, the Peterites have definitely outplayed the Josephians. They have dismissed them for 222, and now they are batting brilliantly at the moment.
Yes,
That's
Joshua. That's a slightly loose shot by Soisa, just over the fielder's head for 4.
Yes, it took the edge of Rehan Soisa there, but nevertheless, it goes down to the boundary for 4. So both the batsmen have settled down now, in my opinion, Gaurava. What do you think?
Yes, Joshua. So in the first few overs, we were able to see them playing a little bit defensive and playing a little bit careful. But now it seems that both De Silva and Soisa have become used to the wicket and are playing a bit freely now.
Yes, they're definitely showing some intent now.
Yes, Joshua, but I hope that they don't lose control.
As we see that ball coming into the batsman, it was pitched on the middle stump region and it went away from the batsman, Soiza. It was not a wayward delivery, I would say. If he brings the ball, if he tries to pitch the ball onto the offside, it will definitely trouble the batsman. Another brilliant shot there by Soiza. Runs away to the boundary for 4.
A desperate effort by the fielder there. Just could not cut it off. It was really, really well gapped there by Soiza. And now the Peterites are scoring at a rapid rate. Joshua, at first you said that the Peterites will be looking to score between 50 and 60 runs at the end of the session. But now we can see that they are already 40 runs.
Yes, I was definitely mistaken earlier, Gaurava. I was expecting the Peterites to play it safe, but they've come out all guns blazing. They watched the ball in the first few overs very well, and now they're showing a lot of intent here, which is a great sign to see from the Peterite perspective.
And that's flicked away to the leg side by Soiza. Just a single there.
As we see the over coming to a close, the Peterites are now 38 for the loss of no wickets. And we have a commentary swap here. Over to you, Nirvana and Menula.
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones, your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily.
Good evening, Minula. It's good to be back after almost a year.
Good evening, Nirvana. Good evening, everyone. The Peterites, 39 for none.
So far, so good for the Peterites. Soiza batting well along with Dinesh De Silva.
Both batsmen complementing each other. This should be the way forward for them.
The two openers already set the tone for the Peterites.
They have a huge task at hand if they want to win the first innings.
Nimagunavarana bowling from the pavilion end. Still didn't get his line right here.
In the morning, the pavilion end seemed to show a lot more movement compared to the swimming pool end. Obviously, there isn't going to be as much movement right now.
That's always at Joe's. The first 10 overs in the morning is full of swing. And again, a very loose delivery by Nimtaka. He's not getting his line right at all. It's allowing the Peterites to ease the pressure out.
Very interesting setup, the Peterites. At one point, the Josephians were 100 for 5, but they ended up with 222. Now the Peterites, they've put themselves in this situation. They have to find their way. A huge appeal.
No interest by the umpire here. You can see the Josephian and the captain, they are going with a very negative field setup. They are not trying to attack the batsman. There are a lot of gaps around if you look at it. What do you think about that approach by the Josephians at the start of, it's not even the 11th over yet?
It looks like they've surrendered. They should keep attacking. What should be on their mind is the first innings victory. But they're not playing towards that. It feels like they're defending from the get-go itself. Now the Peterites, even though the batsmen were going at it, they had a short leg and a slip. And that's how you put pressure.
I think if you can bring in one more fielder from the offside and put him to the slip and bring the square leg close by, it will be a bit more challenging for Soiza to loft it over, because, I mean, the swing is not there, but they should try and attack the Peterites at this point, because already they have 40 runs on the board.
If these two settle and go towards half centuries, it could be a really huge partnership. And with the amount of runs scored, that could well and truly mean the end.
And that's the end of the 11th over. Peterites 39 for no loss.
Blast, make a flavor blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast.
Pattu enna rasa kanna blast.
Hoina item, make it papare blast.
Blast, make it papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast. Blast, make it papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast.
Blast, make it papare blast.
Rasa pattu enna make it papare blast.
From Nestle.
It's drinks. The Josephian camp is recouping, yet to make a dismissal. About time you make a dismissal, Nirvana.
Yes, Minula, a small change in the bowling as well now.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැහුවත් නෑ. සරි. උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය. චර්පි චිප්ස්. රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස. මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones, your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Change in bowling. Lesita Wijetunga brought in from the pool N. A good call by the Josephian captain to bring in the left armour, having Dineth De Silva as the right hander out.
The Josephians trying to change the pace of the game, introducing spinners as Wijetunga takes his mark. That's way too wide.
Not the best of deliveries to start off, but no harm done there. Again lofted beautifully over mid-off by Dineth De Silva. He's in good form. He's already 18 from 26 deliveries. He's not allowing Lesita to settle down with his line.
Lesita needs to keep his cool. The boundary of your second ball, with the first ball being pretty much a wide, doesn't really look good. But as the Peterites did, bowling wicket to wicket applies enough pressure. But what the Josephians did was, they took it on to the spinners.
Peterites in a very demanding position here. The Josephians will have to find something to restrict the scoring rate. Again, good comeback by Lesita.
No, I believe this is the way to go forward. Just floating it up with a lot of loop. Just letting the pitch do its thing.
Now he's doing the right thing. I think the best thing here is to fly the ball with a loop and let them go for runs. You might be a bit expensive, but in return you might get the wicket, because we all know at Joe's, at the Dali Road, the wicket starts to turn in the evening when you let the ball in there. Again, a beautiful ball by Lesita.
Lesita finally getting his line in shape. It's important not to go wayward at this stage, because the Peterites can easily run away with the match, because they are in that sort of a position.
Again, a short pitch delivery by Lesita. Also, Minula, speaking about last year's mini battle, I remember Lesita picked up 4 wickets against the Peterites, bowling very well, and he restricted them to a score less than 200.
That should give him much important confidence.
He has the experience for sure. And that's the end of the 12th over. The Peterites are 44 for no loss.
The partnership nearing the half century. An opening partnership with 50 runs is always a big backbone. It acts as a big backbone if you're the Peterite team. Just sets the tone, gets everything underway. This eases the mind. This eases the pressure.
Again, Nimagunavarana to continue from the pavilion end to Dineth De Silva.
The previous over of Nimthaka was not in line. Nimthaka seems to be trying to bowl it wide, which is quite odd considering this field placement. Not the most attacking length as well.
This is really negative wicket by the Josephians. You can see they are attacking not even the third stump, even the fourth, even outside the fourth stump.
It's right near the wide line. You can't keep even the 10th stump there.
Josephian skipper should talk to the boys and get the Peterites to limit the run rate. Again, a wide-ish delivery by Nimtaka.
As you said, really negative bowling here. Quite equal to the death bowling of modern T20s, but in a 2-day encounter. Really contrasts the plans of the Peterites, who went attacking from the get-go.
Again, beautifully bowled by Nimtaka. I think that's what he should be doing, attacking the batsman and letting him score the runs. One mistake can cost them the wicket for the Josephians. That's what Nimtaka should continue in doing, because he doesn't have much of the pace, but he can control the swing.
Talking about Nimtaka, our star batsman in the first innings, 76 runs.
Yes, Minula. He has an excuse. He's been batting for more than 45 to 50 overs as well in the morning. So the young man must be tired and exhausted, but still giving his 100% to the bowling unit as well.
And he must have a good understanding of how the pitch works.
Of course.
We saw how it's important to settle in, but afterwards the boundaries start flowing. The Peterites well and truly settled right now.
Again, well bowled by Nimtaka. This over has been tight. He came back well, not like his first over, but he's bowling in tight lines. No space for the Peterites to get that easy single.
I believe he needs to get a little bit tighter. Maybe the 4th stump, 5th stump line. Currently he's a bit more towards the left side. His plan is to put the odd one towards the stump, confusing the batsman. And that's a full toss. Easy runs with the Peterites.
So loose delivery by Nimtaka. Dinesh D'Silva could make full use of it, but the Josephians restrict them to 1 run. And
Lucky
that's
man.
the end of the 13th over. The Peterites are 44 for no loss.
Now Nirvana, you've also been in these situations as a cricketer yourself. What do you feel like should be the Peterite approach going forward?
Yes, Minula. I've been in a lot of instances like this. Actually, speaking about the way the Peterites are going on, they are doing, actually Dineth and Soiza, they have set the tone already for the Peterites, pushing it through to the gaps for singles and pouncing on the loose deliveries as well. Again, you can see another easy single taken by Dineth. So I think the approach is clear by the Peterites. They are trying to attack the loose delivery and respect the good ball and rotate the strike.
That's some great advice, Nirvana. Now, I'm not sure you've been that much of a bowler, but what kind of advice could you give the Josephian camp to change things up a little bit?
So far, by watching, what I can see is the Josephians, even when the pace he was bowling, I didn't see a slip brought in. But now, for Lesita, they have brought in a slip. So, you can see it's a bit towards the negative side. They are not attacking. And they are just allowing the batsmen to play their normal shots and freely go on with it. But now, I feel like Lesita has put on a good challenge for both batsmen. He's bowling in good tight lines. Also, if the captain, the Josephian captain, can bring in one short leg onto the leg side, that would add more pressure to the Peterite batsman.
So what you're saying basically is to up the attack.
Yes, exactly. Again, a very easy single taken by Soiza. These two batsmen definitely set the tone for the Peterites at the start of the innings. closing to 50 runs as their opening partnership. Again, a good delivery by Lesita.
This is the Vijay Thunga. A rough start, but he has been capitalizing on the small opportunities afterwards. Now bowling tight lengths. And as we spoke about before, he's pitching the ball up. Something I saw about the Peterite captain was when the tough gets going, the Peterite captain put his hand up and he went and took the ball himself. And Virula, he actually got the breakthrough when the batsmen were going like crazy.
Yes, Minula. What do you think, Minula? My opinion here is, since Lesita is bowling well from the other side, from the pool end, they should bring in an off spinner from this side without bringing the pacey, Nimtaka, and try to attack the batsman. What do you think?
Yes, exactly, Nirvana, because Nimtaka's plans seem very defensive, but with Lesita applying a lot of pressure on the other end, this is an easy release for the Peterite batsman, because they can just let the over go or try to attack it. Another off spinner would be great, considering it's a left-hander who's batting mainly.
Again, a very loose delivery by Nimtaka. He's not having it with the ball today. Nevertheless, he had a time with the bat, but can't see him supporting much with the ball.
Tired legs. He should just go to a side, put his legs up, and enjoy the show. He's done his part for this first innings, actually.
Again, you can see the wicket is slowing up pretty much, and the Peterites reading the delivery, reading the pitch well. Soiza and Dinet. Two runs away from the 50 opening partnership. Let's not jinx it.
Being a Josephian, I might as well jinx it.
Quick single taken by Soiza. Easily. Small misfield there by the Josephian fielder. Nevertheless, just one run to Soiza, and the Peterites makes the score 49 for the Peterites.
Now this year, most of the big matches are 3 days, mainly with the intent of the match getting a result. We actually saw the Rohito getting a result this year. Would we see a result in the Joe Peter as well? What do you think, Nirvana?
Yes, actually, if you speak about the Rohito as well, you saw it was a good game of cricket for 3 days, and the Royalists declaring on the last day, and they never expected the Tomians to chase down the target. But nevertheless, cricket is very unpredictable. So at the end of the day, the underdogs won it.
Exactly. But here I feel like the Battle of the Saints is more of an equal battle. Two equal saints.
Of course, we can witness that in just less than a week from today. It's on the 3rd, right?
3rd, 4th and 5th. Speaking about the big match,
and
anyone who makes...
Beautifully played by Dinet De Silva. Couldn't find the gap. But easy single taken by him. And that's the 50 run on the board for the Peterites. Beautifully played by both batsmen, Sadhu and Dinet De Silva.
50-run partnership, one which got the game going. They're going at a healthy rate, not letting the Josephian bowlers settle. But at the same time, as we've spoken time and time again, I feel like the Josephians are just letting it go away. As Nimtaka's over finishes.
End of the 15th over. The Peterites 50 for no loss.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
Right. Lesita to continue from the pool side in.
It looks like there is a change in bowling.
Tisanga Pereira brought into the attack from the pool side in. Again, a very loose delivery to start off by Tisanga, and that's beautifully driven by Soiza through the cow corner. That's a very loose delivery to start off.
For a batsman who's played 15 overs, that ball is like gold.
Sadhu Soiza looking good for his 26. He and Dinet have definitely set the tone for the Peterites concluding into day one.
Tisanga Pereira returning for his second over after a brief interval.
Good comeback by Tisanga. The ball coming in. The difference between Tisanga and Nimtaka, you can see, Minula, that Tisanga has more pace on him than Nimtaka. Nimtaka, he is a bowler who can swing the ball both sides. But Tisanga, you can see, he drifts the ball in and there is more pace on the wicket. I think because of that, he will get something from this wicket.
And Tisanga is bowling wicket to wicket. I feel like that is a big change compared to what Nimtaka was bowling.
So well fielded by Dehen at point. He's been outstanding, Minula. He's stopped about 3 definite boundaries scored by Soiza himself. He's been throwing his body all over the ground. He's giving his 100% to the Josephians and the team.
And probably the highlight of the day was Dehane's 6.
Yes, I watched that about 5 times. It was one of the best inside and out shots I have ever seen. And definitely you can never play a shot like that in the first over of a mini battle. He was very unfortunate. He didn't have the luck on him today. He played a wonderful cover drive, but unfortunately the fielder who was at extra cover, he gave a brilliant effort to hold on to Dehane's wicket.
Well, there's always the second innings. We might see the Hen shine his colors in the second innings. And we rightfully hope so.
Definitely.
But on the other side of things, the Peterite De Silva is going great.
And that's the end of the 16th over. The Peterites are 55 with no loss. Again, beautifully played by Dinet De Silva, and that's another boundary for the Peterites. Loose bowling by Nimtaka once again. He's easing the pressure for the Peterites, and Dinet is batting beautifully. He's on 27, and the score is 59.
Nirvana, this is a confusing call. They took off the off spinner, but Nimtaka is still continuing. It's very conflicting to understand the Josephian captain's motives right now.
Actually, speaking about that, it's very bad captaincy by the Josephian. After Lesita bowling well and tightening it up for the Josephians, bringing in the pacey from that side is not a good call.
I was actually hoping it was a change of end for him, not that he would have been taken out of the attack. And the fact that Nimtaka is still bowling confuses me. But hey, you don't judge until you see something happen.
Again,
the problem is if you might not see something happen. The glorious Soisa continues. Nimagunavarana is bowling to the wide line, the wide crease. I beg your pardon. With 5 fielders on the right side of the circle. He has a clear plan, but it's not a plan which would arise in a wicket. Because it's almost impossible for the batsman to play shots on the leg side.
Nimtaka to continue from the pavilion end. Again, a very loose delivery. Treated as a dot ball. Soiza looking good. Scoring 26 of 50 deliveries.
The Peterites have a good foundation now.
The foundation is set right by the 2 openers.
I feel like until the day ends, the Peterites might start accelerating. Maybe to capitalize on the last few overs. And start fresh tomorrow. Maybe to get the Josephians to have a bat in the morning.
And that's the end of the 17th over. The Peterites are 60 for no loss.
Blast, blast, make a flavor blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast.
Pattu enna rasakanna blast.
Hoina item, make it papare blast.
Blast, make it papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast. Blast, make it papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast.
Blast, make it papare blast.
Rasa pattu enna make it papare blast.
From Nestle.
Tisaka Pereira continues from the poolside end. Third over for Tisaka Pereira, going at an economy of 7 runs. As Nirvana said before, Tisaka Pereira has a good pace. And pace makes changes. And that, I feel like there's an inside edge there. Half-hearted call.
You can see beautifully bowled by Tisanga. You can see the ball coming towards the batsman. A beautiful in-swinger by Tisanga. Feel like Dinesh De Silva had a good knock there.
A few more knocks by Tisaka Pereira and Dinesh De Silva might be in the hut. He has some good pace, actually. A swing and a miss. The nerve. Virtually 40 more runs would mean the Peterites have scored 100.
Again, poor fielding by the Josephians. I think that was Dehane. Easy single for Dinet and the Peterites. 61 on the board now. If the Peterites can bat throughout without giving any wickets, they easily can finish off day one with 100 for no loss on the board, and that would give them more courage to come into day 2 tomorrow.
That would give them the chance to push for a result tomorrow. If they
Of
could
course.
actually make worth of the foundation that has been laid by the 2 openers. But it's a tough ask. And that is a streaky shot down to fine leg.
Just 1 week down for the 91st Battle of the Saints, Minula. What do you think? Are you excited for that?
Very much. I have Jason here with me. He's also one of the key people behind this live stream. And Nirvana, we should appreciate the people behind the live stream today.
Yes, of course. A special shout out to Joe Pete Media for bringing this mini battle live from Dali Road. And that's another boundary by the Peterite batsman Sadev. Soiza.
Joe Pete Media puts in a lot of effort every year. There's a lot of names behind the scenes and a lot of problems behind the scenes, but they all get it all sorted and you get a brilliant live stream. Kudos to them.
Of course, Minula. Also a shout out to Lakshin Fernando, who's handling everything outside there.
And look at that, Tisaka Pereira is almost done with this over.
Last delivery for the 18th over.
Tisaka Pereira is giving 6 runs and over. Almost 7 actually. Last ball. And that again.
Easy single by Dinet. Makes the score 67, and that's the end of the 18th over. The Peterites are 67 for no loss, and that would be a changing commentary. Shayan and Johan, over to you.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැව්වෙත් නෑ. සොරි. උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස. මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones. Your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Well, a very good evening to you, Shan.
A very good evening to you, Kishan. Things are looking quite bleak for St. Joseph's at this point, and us too as well, being Josephians, is looking quite bleak for us. 67 for none, St. Peter's. 18.1 overs, the 19th beginning to get underway. And St. Peter's are going strong, very strong indeed.
All smiles at the St. Peter's camp, and the St. Joseph's camp seems to be hopeless.
Yes, to be honest, it's been quite defensive play by St. Joseph's on a pitch which is giving you some profit. They really could have tried better as the batsman advances down the crease there, trying to take on the bowler.
A good shot down the ground. Gets a quick single. Thinks about a second run, but does not work out in the end. Shayan, the Josephians are trying everything they can to get a breakthrough, but nothing seems to be working.
Nothing does seem to be working, Kishan, and an example of that is the fact that the bowler at this point, Suravira, is into his fifth over and he's given away just 8 runs, which is very good economically, but what you need as a bowling opposition at this point is wickets. Very nearly getting a wicket there, Suravira. The ball just going on with the arm, just missing the stumps by a whisker, but again, luckless. And to come to what you were saying, Kishan, about St. Joseph's not having any luck, I don't think they've done themselves much help in that department, because there's been no definite plan in the way they've gone about these 19 overs. Their paces have been erratic. Their spinners have been too fast through the air to gain any purchase of the pitch. And that is why we are standing at the end of 19 overs, and St. Peter's are as of now wicketless, 68 for none, and well into this game with a lead, a very promising lead so far.
Well, that's the end of the 19 overs. St. Peter's College, 68 runs for the loss of no. Alright then, as we move into the next over. Amisha Guruge with the ball. Bowling from the swimming pool end. A change up in the field.
The one slip in for Guruge. All the fielders on the leg side deep on the boundary, as that's bowled on the stumps quite tight. As you can see, St. Peter's scoring at a brisk clip of 3.6 and over. Into the 20th over now, and so far no signs at all of any disturbance, as that is St. Joseph's first wicket.
The first breakthrough for St. Joseph's College. The wicket that they've been waiting for so long. They've been knocking at that door for so long now. And their works have finally been rewarded. With De Silva walking back to the St. Peter's camp.
One down, St. Peter's, and St. Joseph's after 20 fruitless overs reap their first reward. The Peterite opener De Silva dismissed for 35, stumped off the bowling of Guruge, the replay of which we will bring to you in just a bit. St. Joseph's ecstatic because 20 overs of toil on a pitch which does help you after a first innings score of 222 does not bode well. As you can see the replay there, ladies and gentlemen, the leg spinner Guruge completely missed the ball there, the opener, thudding into his pads, trickling down to the keeper who makes short work of the stumps.
Brilliant wicket keeping, I must say, to react that fast. The next man in for the Peterites, Savi Fernando. We can finally see some life at the Josephian camp. Some hope. Something that they can work to.
Yes, hope is what St. Joseph's does need, Geshan, and we will hope, they will hope, that that hope will last and it will burn now that it has been lit. St. Peter's meanwhile still in a very strong position, just the 1 wicket down, 68 on the board. Chasing a deficit of a double Nelson, having scored 222 in their first innings. Well, the Peterite leg spinner, Savi De Silva, did rip through the St. Joseph's batting lineup with 4 wickets to his name in their first innings. And St. Joseph's in turn will hope that their very own leggy, Guruge, can do much the same if they are to make a match of this battle here yet.
Savi Fernando, the new man in, he was a centurion against the first 11 Royal College team.
Clearly a player with experience and talent. So not an easy marksman, but every new batsman does feel those first few butterflies when they take their mark at the pitch. And for St. Joseph's, well, what you need to do is strike while the iron is hot. The saying goes, 1 brings 2. And 1 has to bring 2 here for St. Joseph's. It's possible that 2 bring in 3 if they are to progress into this match and get a hold on it. Guruge to the left-hander now.
That is great fielding by Guruge. This is what matters, Shayan. Saving every single run. Not giving them that space to relax, you know.
Very true. The common conception is that dots are only of value in the limited over game. But they are of immense value in the two-day match game as well. Because when you are scoring at the rate St. Peters is, when you are in the controlling position St. Peters is, dots are valuable for the opposition. Guruge just conceding 1 run and a wicket in his 5 balls. That too keeping low, wrapping the bat on the pads there, but clearly going down leg. But an eventful first over for Guruge, claiming a wicket at the end of 20 overs. St. Peters 69 for the loss of 1.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
Alright then. Mario Suravira back with the ball. Bowling from the pavilion end.
The first shadows of the day casting over the pitch there, as you can see, towards the non-striker's end. It's been a tiring day for the players. Hot, the sun beating down on your shoulders, be you spinner, pacey or just fielder on the ground. St. Peters, to their credit, handled their first innings very well, not allowing St. Joseph's to get away at any moment in time as Suravira enters his 6th over. Comfortable single there for the two batsmen.
Shayan, I asked this question in the morning as well. So these players, they will take up the first 11 spots in the coming years, right? Now, school boys, you know, who's used to playing with crowds, with less crowds, how do you think they can handle the pressure when they play inside a stadium packed with thousands and thousands of fans, family members, colleagues? How do you think they can handle the pressure?
That's a very interesting question, Geshan. And well, there's no clear answer to that. But from what we all know and love of cricket, it can go two ways. You get players who, when after years and years of playing in front of sparse crowds, just a few supporters, families, friends watching your matches, when they take the big match, when they take to the field, in the midst of papare bands and screaming fans, people who either are cheering for you or against you, in the midst of all that crowd, there are players who can succumb to their pressure. Players who until then have had a top season, who have performed in every match, but in that match, that big match, are unable to find their footing to gain a firm hold over what they want to be. But similarly, or rather contrastingly, you get players who rise up, players who come to the big match ready to play the big game. And it's not just the big match where we see this kind of phenomenon taking place. Again, the batter dancing down the track to Suravira. Because once you do take cricket into a professional career, the big match is every match you play. But there are some matches which are even bigger than the most. For example, just a few weeks back we celebrated the 29th, I believe, anniversary since winning the 96 final. Sri Lanka's only World Cup win. 26. All those years back anyway, in 1996. And even though Sanath Jayasuriya, the left-hand aggressive batter who we all know and love to this very day, was adjudged the most valuable player of the tournament, coming back to what I was saying, even though Sanat Jayasuriya, the explosive opening batsman, was adjudged the player of the tournament in that World Cup, he didn't perform in the semi-final or the final. In those two, perhaps the biggest matches of the World Cup, it was Aravinda De Silva who stepped up. Aravinda, who until then had not clicked completely in the preceding matches. So it's not just the school level at which you get the big match. Yes, that is where you begin. That is where you put out your first roots in cricket. But it carries on to the national level, to the international level. And that is the beauty of cricket. Because wherever you may be, whether you have played for 10 years or are just beginning your first match, the pressure is always on you. It's a new pressure, always. And every player finds a new way to respond to that, which is what makes cricket so diverse, so unique, and so exciting to watch, always.
So it's on strike. A good ball by Guru K. Keeping the line and length tight, not letting any room for Soisa to dance across the field. And a good shot by Soisa, but great defending, great fielding rather from the Josephians to keep that ball away from the boundary. And a close call. Quicker through the air that time, Guruge. The ball just flowing on with the arm, beating the batsman's bat. Good ball, that unexpected. Until then he was continuously bringing the ball back into the batsman. An unusual start to his action, as you can see. Both arms flung aloft before settling in. And an ask from the umpire, but he is not interested. Yes, as you mentioned, Shayan, a very odd run up from Guruge, swinging his arms in the air when he's coming to bowl. It's very odd, I must say.
To each their own. Yes, Kishan. As long as it works for you, it works for the team.
Multiple close calls this over. St. Peter's, 22 overs done. 71 for the loss of 1. A quick run by the Peterites. Suravida with the ball. Shan, the runs from the Peterites, these few overs, it's slowed down significantly compared to the other overs. So we see that the Josephians, after that wicket, are finally applying some pressure to the Peterites.
There's a good little passage of play for St. Joseph's here. St. Peter's were coasting till that wicket fell, and since then runs have dried up. pressure has been built slowly and incrementally. And you get the feeling that there is a contest in the air. Spin from both ends. The right arm off of Suravir from the pavilion end, coupled with the leg spin of Guruge from the other. In the Peterite innings, Geshan, we saw that the spinners had quite a stranglehold on the Josephian batsman. They tossed the ball up and they drew nets, they drew webs around the batsman. But St. Peter's, despite losing that first wicket to spin, are finding a way to combat that quite effectively, I think, with every ball being one where they dance down the track.
And a big ask from the umpire, but he's not interested.
Yes, that ball just catching the inside edge before thudding onto the pad, we feel.
These few overs are really crucial for the Josephians. The Peterites are finally in some sort of a pressure, I'd say. So the Josephians must capitalize these overs. We can see a lot of dot balls these few overs. So the pressure is building. And the Peterites will be seeking for a chance to loft the ball to ease some pressure out. So the Josephians must make sure that they'll capitalize on this chance and to not give any sort of freedom to these Peterites.
Yes, very important few overs these next few minutes. And that's bowling! Suravira gets his man! The set of Soiza loses his stumps to a wonderful ball off the bowling of the offie. St. Peter's 2 down now, and that little pressure did pay off for St. Joseph's as they claim their second scalp. 2 down St. Peter's, 72 on the board, and the game is afoot.
We were just talking about it, Shine, the pressure building, and it finally paid off for the Josephians. If you look at that replay, a beautiful ball from Suravira. Shine, we finally have a game on our hands now.
Indeed we have, Geshan. The spirit is back in the game. It's back in the Josephians. But St. Peter's are still in a very strong position.
Salit Galage, the new man in for the Peterites. I must say the Peterites are still in a good position, but it's the fact that 2 wickets have fallen in the span of maybe 15 runs, I'd say. That's what's important for the Josephians. The Josephians should not ease off now. They should continue to build the pressure, keep going, push the Peterites as much as they can, and maybe we might see another wicket fall.
Yes, these final few overs before the close of day's play could well decide if this match will bring about a result at all. St. Peter's definitely in front with a good strong total on board and a good clip per over. Just 2 down, but St. Joseph's with 2 very quick wickets under their belt will be sniffing blood, will be putting out those claws, will be hoping that as the shadows of the evening drift across the pitch, the shadows of the game will end on St. Peter's at the end of the day and not on them. As you can see in the backdrop there, the lovely vista of the chapel of St. Joseph's. The Peterite scorecard for you. The openers providing a strong start. A 60-plus run partnership. Soiza 27 and De Silva 35. Both losing their wickets to spinners. Both losing their wickets very close to each other. And 2 very new batsmen at the crease now, Fernando and Gallagher. It remains to be seen how they will handle these final few overs before we head into today's close.
This is the perfect opportunity for the Josephians to capitalize on this opportunity. 2 new fresh batsmen on the pitch. They should apply the pressure as much as they can. We are seeing some long team talks actually, Shayan. What do you think? From both ends, I must say. What do you think they are scheming on?
Well, I would love to be a fly on the wall here, Gesham, but unfortunately I'm stuck here on this very spacious pavilion, first floor. So we can only assume it could be tactics, it could be strategy, it could even be jokes and plans for tonight's dinner, for all we know. Sarit Garlag, the new man in, made his debut this year. And having scored a 50 on that debut match, he will be in good form, in good nick, in confidence coming into this match as he walks to the crease to take guard. He's also part of the Peterite first 15 rugby team as a scrum half. So a very clearly an all-rounder, Gallagher. And St. Peter's will pin their hopes on him and Fernando to take them safely through to close of play without further mishaps, further mistakes, to end a productive day's play for them. St. Joseph's on the other hand, Geshan, well, your thoughts? What would St. Joseph's plan be right now?
Well, as I said, the Josephians must apply the pressure now. It's now or never for the Josephians, because we know what the Peterites can do if things get going for them. If they
edged fine and edged wide, just wide of the diving slip's hand. Well, opportunities are being created. Opportunities are coming thick and fast in these overs, in these last 2 overs for St. Joseph's.
We can see the replay now. Oh, very close call. Now the real pressure is starting to build for the Peterites. The Josephians must capitalize on this opportunity.
Quick single by the batsman. Both right-handers now, so Guruge will feel very comfortable as he heads into bowl. Both right-handers from whom he can take the ball away as is his natural game, and then bring in that quick googly, that quick slider, the way Silva did so effectively in the Peterite innings. St. Peter's, coincidentally, Geshan, did let go of quite a few hard, it must be said, hard chances in the latter half of St. Joseph's innings. Chances which, had they been taken, might perhaps led to St. Joseph's have been bowled out for less than 200.
Yes, definitely, Sean. And a big shot from the strike, and the Josephian field is running. And he misses the catch by a few lengths. But good effort nonetheless by the Josephian fielder, running across the ground for that catch. By the
fielder. That went straight up and went straight over the bowler's head. And the fielder running in from mid-on, well, he ran his heart out and just got a hand to the ball, I believe. But luck was not on his side. A very good effort nevertheless. But signs of the pressure, oh, I see on the replay there, just eluding his hand there, the ball.
You see, Shayan, the Peterites are showing signs that they need a breather. They are trying anything they can to ease this pressure that the Josephians are building. If the Josephians keep on putting the pressure like this, there might be a chance. And another shot by the Peterite down the ground for a massive 6.
Well, no one's catching that save for the branches of the tree. It landed in. Solid shot that by the batsman. Fearless shot that. And a very good way to end off an eventful over. St. Peter's College at the end of 82 overs, 83 runs for the loss of 2.
St. Peter's College, 83 for the loss of 2 wickets.
As you said, Geshan, signs in the last over of St. Peter's, looking to break free of that stranglehold that was slowly building, which shows that within this mini battle, you get so many more little mini-air battles being played. Mini battles between the bowler and the batsman at that very point, between the batsmen themselves.
Definitely.
And the battle right now is between the off-spinner, Suravira, who has just claimed a wicket, and the right-handed Fernando.
Good bowling from Suravira here. Not letting any room for the Peterite.
St. Peter's should just play sensible cricket here. There's nothing to take unnecessary risks for. In a good position, 83 runs, just 25 overs in their first innings. Sensible cricket, safe cricket, tucking away the balls for singles like it was done just now, putting away the loose balls which will inevitably come.
Yes, definitely. They are not in a bad position at all. They're in a very comfortable position. But as you said, Shine, they should play safe cricket. A good field setup, I must say, from the captain.
Yes, recognizing that this is a very good chance to take. The captain of St. Joseph's. A slip in for the off spinner. 3 men in the circle on the off side. Oh, good ball.
Trying for a quick single here, the St. Peter's.
Nearly brushing the stumps there. They have balled the non-strikers and nearly giving St. Joseph's another sniff at a wicket. Oh, cricket is a game of those close calls and misses. So far yet so close at so many points in this match. But the batsman safely through, no harm done. As Galgay on strike this time.
After 25 overs, St. Peter's College 85 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Blast, blast, make a flavor blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast.
Pattu en rasakhanna blast.
Hoina item, make it papare blast.
Blast, make it papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast. Blast, make it papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast.
Blast, make it papare blast.
Rasa pattu ena make it papare blast.
From Nestle.
The skipper with the ball, Yenula. And a close call.
Loud appeal. Pleading the bowlers, the keepers for that caught behind. But the umpire remains unmoved at non-striker's end. Nice bowling there from Yenula, the captain of St. Joseph's. Tossing the ball up, another leggy to replace Gurugay, the leggy who was handled in the end all this time. Again, tossed up just a little too short, allowing the batsman to rock out the back foot and tuck it away for a single. But that first ball showed very promising signs to the captain as he entered this very short, brief spell before the close of play. What lies around the corner? What can happen in these final 15 minutes?
And a hard shot attempted by the Peterites, and it runs down the ground for a 4. A much needed boundary, I must say, for the Peterites.
Just an impressive shot to bring that boundary up on the back foot, almost pulling it straight down the ground. Fernando there. So clearly watching the ball very closely there, keeping it on the ground, minimizing all risk of being caught, of losing his wicket.
This is some good cricket by the Peterites. We see that the batsman is finding gaps in the field, placing the ball beautifully.
Fernando shoulders arms there to Yanula's 5th ball. Last ball of the over coming up. Yanula with his leg spin to Fernando. Tossed up, met on the full, but no harm done as it's beaten straight back to the bowler.
26 overs done. St. Peter's College 90 for the loss of 2.
හරි ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැව්වට නෑ. සොරි. උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones, your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Ladies and gentlemen, a small interruption in play taking place at the moment as we see some rather unwelcome visitors having invaded the center of the pitch. A swarm of bees has appeared to have taken over the day's proceedings for the time being. Yes, well, such is cricket that he calls to everything. Be you man, woman or insect in this matter.
Seems like they were interested in the mini battle more than any of us.
Very much
Coming
so.
down straight to the field. We hope all of you will understand and bear with us as we are trying to resume play.
Yet again, another halt in play. As there appears to be a debate over the continuation of the day's play. And it seems that the umpires have given the go-ahead.
The Peterite batsmen still in their camp.
Or the debate there been if the ball bowled prior to the invasion was a dead ball or not, as the square leg fielder had already gone down on his haunches to evade the incoming swarm, and that ball has been called dead by the umpire, and so the captain Yenula will have to re-bowl his final ball of the over.
Alright then, the last ball of the skipper. Here we go. Fernando on strike.
Can this over bring a sting in the tail?
And a big shot by the Peterite. Falls short of the fielder.
Well, almost a cricketing sting in the tail there, as the ball falls just short of the rushing infielder. 86 overs done in St. Peter's first innings. The score stands on 90 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. And a change in the commentary box here. Cheyenne signing out, and Gaurava from St. Peter's take you through the remaining few overs.
Hi Gaurava, welcome back to the commentary box. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, Johan. We had a slight delay in play because of the bees there.
Yes. Some unwelcomed visitors, I must say.
Yes, and it seems to have taken about an over from us today.
Definitely. Okay then, Mario Suravira bowling from the pavilion end. And Fernando on strike. We are approaching the last few overs of the day in the first day of the 36th mini battle between the second 11 squads of St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College.
That's nicely driven there by Savi Fernando, but unfortunately no run there. And Johan, I would like to ask you about the Peterite innings. What did you think of it?
The Peterites, I must say the first few overs or a quick run here by the Peterites. Getting back to what I said, I must say the first 10 to 15 overs from the Peterites, they were brilliant, I must say. They were not conceding any wickets. They were just playing it cool, not letting the pressure get to them. And then, yes, we saw a few wickets fall, but still, we are seeing the Peterites coming back, climbing back to the top, getting control of this game again, not letting the pressure affect them. And slowly we can see that Galage and Fernando, they are starting to build up a partnership here, which is crucial for the Peterites. And still 92 for the loss of 2 wickets is not bad at all. The Josephians must be concerned of this. They need a breakthrough right now.
Yes, and another dot delivery there. And Mario Suravira has bowled relatively well today. He's
Very well.
bowled consistent line and length, and he's considered only 13 runs so far, including a wicket as well.
Brilliant bowling from Mario Suravira, I must say. Keeping it tight, not letting the batsman have any freedom whatsoever.
And as you speak, Johan, he oversteps, and it's called a no ball.
Well, I guess I spoke too soon. A no ball from Mario Suravira. And a big ask from the fielders here, but no. The umpire, yet again, not interested in the call.
This is going to be a very exciting period in the game because the Peterites will be aiming to end the day quickly and without the loss of a wicket, while the Josephians will be aiming to grab a wicket.
Yes, definitely. And as the Peterites,
And it's swept away to the mid-wicket boundary for a single.
I will now be handing over the
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Hema's Hospitals. Hema's Hospitals, by your side.
And now I have Minula in the commentary box here with me. Good evening, Minula.
Good evening, Gaurav. Nice to be back here.
Another good ball there by the skipper.
The skipper Yenula putting himself into the attack. Yenula and Virula, the two skippers. The contrast between the two skippers is that Virula has been more effective in my opinion. But Yenula still has the opportunity to prove a mark.
Another good ball there by Yenula.
Keeping it tight here, Yenula. What's commendable about Yenula is his temperament. And that's tucked away to the leg side by the batsman. Yenula made a crucial 26 while batting for his side. And now he has taken the challenge of bowling.
That was a googly there attempted by Yenula.
Savi Fernando. Wholehearted appeal by Yenula. No support from his teammates.
I think that just beat the outside edge there.
I think the Josephians are desperate for something here. Something which should affect them.
As I said before, the Josephians will be aiming to end the day on a high.
Yenula keeping his line tight. This is great bowling by the captain.
Certainly is Minula.
The Peterites would want to play off the last few overs, not give away any wickets, not give an unnecessary edge to the Josephians.
Galage goes on the back foot and punches it to the cover region. Single taken there.
And that is, I believe, the end of the over. At the end of 28, it's 96 for the loss of 2.
Blast, blast, make a flavor blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast.
Pattu enna rasa kanna blast.
Hoina item, make it papare blast.
Blast, make it papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it papare blast. Blast, Many papare blast.
Flavor blast, Maggie Papare blast.
Suravira for his 10th over. He's bowled the hard yards for the Josephians. Taken one wicket as well. 1/3 of the overs has been bowled by this man. What's commendable is his economy. Only 15 runs given away. That is brilliant. I believe we'll have at least 2 or 3 more overs before we end the day. And a small budding partnership for the Peterites.
Yes, Minla, and I think the Peterites must be hoping to at least score about to score the 100 milestone before the end of the day's play.
Definitely. I believe they'll score much more than that if we have at least a few more overs left. But with Suravira bowling like this, bowling wicket to wicket, not letting the batsman pounce on it easily, I don't think they'll go for any unnecessary risks. They might play off Suravira.
Certainly. He's making it very uncomfortable for the batsman. Another dot ball by Suravira.
What has been the difference between the bowling of St. Joseph's and St. Peter's is that St. Peter's had those early breakthroughs by the fast bowlers, but St. Joseph's had to rely solely on the spinners who came in towards the middle of play. But lo and behold, it's 97 for 2. St. Joseph's have the opportunity to rectify those, let's say, subpar decisions. With Mario Suravira at the end of his over, 1 more ball to go.
And Galage
Glided down to third man. Miscommunication, a hesitation there, but 2 runs nevertheless. Right then, the 29th over is done. We are into the 30th over. And the Peterites, and they race away to the 100 mark. That's 100 runs for the Peterites. Good foundation led by the openers. The next 2 batsmen also capitalizing. And this is a well-made 100. A solid innings so far.
Yes, Minula, the 2 openers, Dinet De Silva and Rehan Soisa, had a big part to play in St. Peter's College reaching 100. They steadied the innings and was able to achieve a 50-run partnership as well.
Exactly. And someone who broke that partnership was Amisha Guruge, who is back into the attack. 3 overs, 14 for 1. I think 15 for 1 now with that single. Amisha Guruge the headline bowler for St. Joseph's College.
Although Guruge has not been the most economical, he's provided the breakthrough.
That's common with most leg spinners in modern day cricket. But as long as you get wickets, you get the job done. And Guruge is getting the job done.
Exactly, Minula.
Speaking about unorthodox run-ups, my mind goes to Muthaiya Muralidharan, who had his long twirly run-up with the glaring eyes at the batsman and then a smile once he catches the ball. I think it's common with Sri Lankan fast bowlers and spinners. Lasith Malinga gives a little kiss to the ball as he runs up. Little quirks, little superstitions. All successful bowlers though. An island nation producing world cricket's finest. And the last ball of the over, a single taken by Savi Fernando. Is this the end of play? The umpires...
No, Minlo. It seems to be like there will be a few more overs in play today.
The umpires seem to be going about their decisions based on the availability of light. But there is enough light, it seems, for them. And because spinners are bowling, it shouldn't be that much of an issue. Suravira back for his 11th. An underrated performer, Suravira. But he has kept the pressure. Kept his line straight. And this partnership, an excess of 30 at the moment.
Suravira continues what he's doing. Bowls the good line and length. And Fernando, all he can do is defend.
Now the boundaries have dried up for the Peterites. That means the spinners are doing a great job here.
The inside edge to the square leg boundary for a single.
Compared to how the Josephians began their bowling, this is much more controlled, keeping the Peterites at bay, not letting them run away actually.
Yes, certainly, Miller. After the first 2 wickets fell, there must have been slight bit of pressure on Fernando and Galage. And Suravira yet again bowls an excellent delivery.
I think the message is clear. The Peterites are seeing them through, wanting to start the day tomorrow. Fresh legs, a fresh mindset. Suravila getting through his over here.
And again, Galage defends yet again.
That's Kaven Pathirana who throws the ball back. We might see Kaven Pathirana rolling over his arm. A veteran campaign actually, Kaven Pathirana.
Yes, as I can remember, he was in the first 11 squad for the big match for the past 3 years, if I'm correct.
A very slow period of play here after the wickets fell for the Peterites. The captain seems to be advising Suravira to go about how to go about his job rather. But Suravira has done a tidy job. 11 overs, 20 for 1.
Yet another ball. Really good ball.
At the end of 31 overs, St. Peter's College 104 for the loss of 2.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
Just as I said, Kavin Patrina rose over his arm for a few overs. Much needed change from the Josephians.
It seems to be that the Josephians are very desperate for a wicket.
Kavin Patrina. A little shot.
Galage gets on one knee.
Runs away to fine leg.
Just the 2 runs there.
Kavin Patrina.
He bowled that a little bit quick.
Little quick, but the same line, and that has been fielded almost at the boundary. A little streaky, a streaky start.
So Galage has managed to get 4 runs in the first 2 balls of the over.
We can see a field change. Mid-on is moving to mid-off.
Short fine leg in play. Well defended there by Galage.
I like this from Kavin. He's keeping it close, keeping it wicket to wicket. And close call.
For a second I thought that he had held on to it, but at the last minute, just as his teammates were celebrating, it pops out of his hands.
Is it the captain? I think it is. Number 11, Yenula Dantanarayana. Kavin Patrina brings a change in play. An almost wicket, half chance. But these things happen in cricket. Now it's important to lift a head up and bowl the next ball. That was inside. That was inside the palms.
Saw the replay in the very last minute only he dropped that catch. Here it goes
Another
again.
chance. Another chance goes
Another
a big.
chance. Was it, or did it bounce just short? I'm not sure if it carried there also.
Kavin Patrina, he's making something happen. Savi Fernando, he needs to calm himself down and play this ball.
Well played
defended.
there by Savi Fernando.
The end of the over.
And with that,
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
Flavor blast, Maggie Papare blast. Pattu enna rasa kanna blast. Hoina item Maggie Papare blast. Blast, Maggie Papare blast. Flavor blast, Maggie Papare blast. Blast, Maggie Papare blast. Flavor blast, Maggie Papare blast. Blast, Maggie Papare.
Rasa pattu enna Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
තවම ගැහුවත් නෑ. සොරි. උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස. මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Every day isn't just any day for us. It's a new day, a day that motivates us, inspires us. It's a day when we think differently, to do things differently, to create a positive difference in your life. Every new day, we create moments that could delight you. Transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. We believe in the power of small gestures. A warm smile to lighten your day, or a personalized message on a special day to make you feel even more special. Every new day, we aspire to understand your aspirations, find ways to help you celebrate your milestones, your dreams, your life. We simplify banking to help you navigate the complexities of life easily, making you feel like a valued friend, not just another customer. Every new day, we welcome you to a new era of banking, where you are at the heart of everything we do. We go that extra mile to make you smile, and we find a new way to share happiness with you every day, because making you happy makes us happy. We are H&B.
Experience world-class healthcare in cutting-edge medical technology at a truly affordable rate. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital chain, Heymas Hospitals. Heymas Hospitals, by your side.
And folks, that's the end of the day's proceedings on day 1.
Day 1 of the 36th mini battle between St. Joseph's and St. Peter's has been interesting to say the least. 222 by the Josephians in their first innings and a 100-odd score from St. Peter's. We've had 50s, we've had Bs, and we've had wickets. An interesting day.
Yes, Minula, and here we can see the batting card. So the innings started off with Rehan Sois and Dinesh De Silva. They put on a 50-plus partnership and steadied the innings, and after the two of them fell, Fernando and Gallagher rebuilt the innings. Fernando and Gallagher rebuilt the innings.
Indeed. Two solid partnerships making sure that St. Peter's have got to this 109 mark.
Yeah.
They're well on par in a first innings victory in sight. 222 is the score that they're chasing down. St. Peter's would be happy with this result. They came into the day.
And now moving on to the bowling card. Minula, why don't you run us?
St. Joseph's College didn't really have the best of starts with their opening bowlers, but as the spinners came in, Suravira and Guruge took a wicket each. 20 runs for Suravira at an economy of 101.8, which is the best of the lot. Guruge 4 overs for 16 runs and an economy of 4. The leg spin actually.
Yes, Minula, and another key factor is that they let only 7 extras in the 32 overs. How crucial could that be?
St. Peter's let out much more extras, a lot more no balls and wides. Compared to that, this has resulted in much more pressure being exerted on the batting side.
And the day summary is St. Joseph's College 222 for 10, courtesy of Gunavardhana 76 of 105 balls, and on the Peterite bowling you can see Sasindu Silva with 4 wickets and Aaron Moses with 2 wickets, helping the Peterite card get St. Joseph's College all out for a low total.
St. Peter's College 109 for 2. They'd be happy with this score. De Silva and Soisa with a 50-plus partnership in the beginning, and both of them fell to the 2 Josephian spinners. Day 2 would be a big day for both sides. St. Peter's College would want to capitalize on the foundation built, but St. Joseph's College would want to get St. Peter's out cheaply.
And
But St. Peter's, I would consider them to have taken the day as a win today, because they have played brilliant cricket. Compared to St. Joseph's College, who had a bit of streaky session at times, but they got their senses back. 109 for 2 is St. Peter's currently. They trail by 113. This is the end of day 1, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned with us tomorrow. I'm Meenal Singer.
And I'm Gaurav Tennako.